Let's get into Nocturnal Sweeping. Should also be accessible from here. Ooh, a new Intervallo in H Corp's district. So LCB took a place in P Corp, and they apparently make safe shelters. So did the Dream Ending, Canto 7. And now we're going to the adjacent district, H Corp. I have no clue what they do. Let's go. It looks like a giant, I wouldn't say commie block. That looked like Walled City of Kowloon. Alright. Oh, I like the graphic here. I like the graphic here with like all the sweeper, like a whole army of sweepers here. Don't know what these boys are at. I think they're the new IDs that we're working with, right? Event bonus units. Just 2 people, the new characters, which we didn't roll up. So let's go. Happy New Year. In March. Late March. Happy New Year, everyone. I think the previous event also came out in the New Year, so I'm not sure why we're starting that. The timeline. We'll see. Oh, I have to change this. Thankfully, we're doing story content, so this is going to get changed. I recently got Enclair, and I didn't change the graphic. I really don't like the unupgraded Enclair. That picture is not great. Interestingly enough, one of the things Limbus does do, if you have it on both your computer and your phone, is the saved cinematic picture is different based on your device. I mean, who cares? You can always re-see them, but I have a very different image on my phone than I do here. So, I haven't been on my PC playing Limbus in a while, so that was just instantly cringing. Oh, Dante, any idea where that leftover cake from yesterday went? I like cake. Interesting background. Sometimes you can't see anything outside the windows, by the way, if you hadn't noticed. A lot of times you can't see anything outside the windows. This time there is a background. So the bus may not be moving or may not be moving quickly. No idea. Why would I know? I can't even eat. How do you sustain yourself, Dante? Did Don Key already get her paws on them? Rhodia rubbed her tired eyes, muttered something about how we should have partied in her room instead, and stumbled to the back door. New Year's came swiftly to the inhabitants of the bus after the various incidents at the LCE. The sinners all came from different backgrounds and parts of the city, but annual celebration for New Year's seemed to be a thread connecting their cultures together. They began floating the idea of a New Year's party and... Excellent! Permit me the honor of hosting this banquet! With her usual overdramatic boast, coupled with the familiar twinkle in her eyes, Don Quixote declared that there would be indeed a New Year's party, and thus it was decided. Again, after all the hell we went through with the back door and whatnot for the out-of-season Christmas celebration? Hey, Christmas was fun! You know, for the gnomes. Before the flesh-eating gnomes making presents out of people. Well, yet I must insist, what was but an effort to decorate the bus, and the intent quite divorced from the act of celebration? Don Quixote glanced at Sinclair, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. Oh, don't worry about me, really. Well, 'tis true that mine actions hath brought thee quite the distress, unintentionally I might add. Thus I ask thee, wouldst thou not agree that a communal event to mark the occasion might freshen both our spirits and bodies? Interestingly enough, that is one of the few lines of dialogue I've ever read as the dialogue of you. That's pretty good. I've just like noticed that myself. Usually I feel like I make the dialogue show up faster and then read it. I don't know if the cadence was intended though. Like, is that the cadence that Don Quixote speaks with in Korean? I know her voice, but I don't know if she would be speaking that. I feel like she speaks faster, but maybe that's just in my head, right? I can't even begin to imagine her amnesiac self even taking a moment to give a damn about how Sinclair might take it, but I guess with memory came tact. You know, it's our first New Year's together. It sure is an occasion for celebration, huh? Gotta hear that bell go ding to really mark the transition to a new year, right? Seems we shall be welcoming the first light of the new year in company of one another. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Thanks, Yisang. A bowl of noodles before the last night of the year fades. A classic. Wait, do we usually get a shot this far right of the bus? I feel like we can almost never tell. I'm so usually I think the bus is I think the bus driver's seat's to the left. Am I just like blind? I feel like usually we never get a shot, and I just assumed that we were on the left seat looking right, because we almost never see the doors. I think this is like the second time we've seen this, like actually seen Karen's spot as bus driver. Wow, that's weird. Okay. I just assume when everyone goes to the back door, they actually walk to the right and not to the left. I don't know if this is a unique angle though. Do they occasionally swap which side of the bus you're on? Does everyone have their assigned seats? Like, like even when you go to like class or whatever, right? And even though like you don't always have assigned seating for classrooms, people typically just go to the same spot after a while anyway. Like they're usually within the same general area. Is it like that? Maybe it's being changed up. I don't know. There's bubbling enthusiasm for me, warm with mine own heart. See, in my head, when I see this pair of seats over here, I expect this to be like the seat right before the door, and the door to be like right off screen here, with the bus driver's seat being like up here off screen. But that's not the case. And again, I guess there's more seats facing backwards. If I look at this, it's typically what? It's like, you can have inverted seats like this, but usually they face forwards, right? Alright. Forsooth, the grandiosity of this banquet shall be one for the books. Fireworks most brilliant, enough delicacies to... Karen, when's our next stop? I like how they keep the sound effects, but have like no dialogue for this. It feels so strange as opposed to the main cantos. Matthew will be running nonstop for 3 days at least. Only dum-dums stop on a fast road. So she says. Virgilius muttered with his usual sardonic edge, one fist under his chin. Bye. For next year's celebration, the banquet shall be prepared ere the promised hour. Don Quixote's idea of a grand banquet depressingly fizzled into nothingness, but... I mean, Don Quixote probably has ideas for a really nice banquet considering the end of Canto 7. Almost certainly knows what a lavish banquet looks like. Whether or not he has the resources right now to put one together, we'll see. Rhodia brought out the cakes and cookies she'd stashed in her room so we could at least hold a small celebration for the New Year's together. After that, we all stayed together watching the New Year's first sunrise briefly paint the city in gold, and then retired to sleep. When everyone woke up, rubbing their tired eyes, the world outside the bus had completely transformed. That is a huge block. I was thinking Kowloon, but I feel like this is either a more detailed Borg cube, or actually the cube they're trying to make. Where are they trying to make that? Is that Saudi Arabia? Or Egypt, where they're making the cube? You guys should look that up. It's a mega project in planning and development. Unironically, making a cube. What is the size that they're pitching? Like, the height is... It's gonna be as tall as the Empire State Building with, like, the floor... Like, the floor space of, like an entire... Like, what is it? Like, 4x4 or 8x... It's freaking huge. Solid cube. That's gonna be unreal. Much like the line. Another real world mega project that's equally silly. But hey, I guess people can spend their money where they want to. There was a behemoth of a structure, bizarre in its presence, and its walls seemingly made of gargantuan steel plates. Can we hide this? Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, the bus is down here if you can't see it. We're driving like this 2-lane highway, 1-lane highway? We're driving in the middle of the road. There's lights illuminating it. So, the only reason I'm confused... Oh, interesting. We can count how many lights... Wait, there's a long... Wait, is the exit of the bus on the left side, or is there an exit on either side? Main exit, because it looks like there's a long window here. Anyway, I hadn't thought about the actual structure of Mephistopheles much before. But now it's getting to me. I'm like, oh. Okay. But they're not driving on... Are they driving on the left side of the road? It looks like they're driving on the left side. Just something you don't think of very often, because most places in real life drive on the right side. And here it feels like they're almost in the middle. H-Corp? The sinners began to voice their surprise, appropriately so, as what came into view was different from any of the nests we'd passed by on our journey thus far. Is that massive structure all one building? That old thing's the nest, then where the hell's the back streets? That's big enough to cover H-Corp's territory and then some. Well, there he goes again, asking dumb questions without ever taking a peep at the guidebook. That's not the nest. That huge box you see over there, that's District 8. We call it Hongyuan, the vast garden here at H-Corp. The nest lies within the center of the structure and the back streets without. So they squeeze the entire population of this district in there? They just not get a ray of sunlight all year round? Well, at least they won't have to worry about the rain. Prithee avail me a sight as well? As the sinners began to gather one by one at the other side of the bus, stirred awake from their late night's rest, I felt my gaze drawn towards Honglu. I looked for signs of concern or distress on his face, worried. It wasn't exactly something unique to Honglu, but the stories about his past home life we've heard throughout the year, whenever he felt like sharing them, were all consistently and terribly depressing. It's not such a bad place once you actually try living here for a while. But his lips, ever so slightly curled upwards into a kindly, relaxed smile, are making the same expression as ever. An expression that hasn't changed at all since our first meeting. Maybe it's a cultural difference, kind of like how Hong Lu can be so nonchalant about things that should give most people pause, but... Actually, no. I'm not helping anyone or anything by entertaining these thoughts. Is this window longer than the others? I don't know. I don't think it is. This is the right side of the bus we're looking at. This is the side that was opposite the viewable side. Based on the light count, this one should be extended. So this is the right side of the bus. These are seats facing backwards, right? Am I crazy? I kind of want to go back to the CGs and check that again. I kind of want to go back a CG and check that, but I feel like that. I counted that. My job at this moment is to keep a close eye on Honglu, more so than usual. And if the time comes for me to help him as the manager, I'll give it my all. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 identical heighted windows is not a thing we see on the left side of the bus, is it? Based on the previous? 7 identical windows? No. Besides. Oh, this thing's even bigger up close. But we can see the fact that we can see the fact that this thing's here, which means Karen's right here. They're suggesting that the windows don't line up with the windows in the other picture. Someone made the bus off model. Oops. Or maybe it's some spatial displacement thing, like some of the windows are actually one window on the outside. I'm not really sure how that works, right? Because they got their whole spatial compression thing going on with the back doors of the bus. So it's possible there are an arbitrary number of windows on the inside and only so many on the outside, right? I wonder how that would look looking in. Do you look at a specific spot in like the first 5? Or are you looking at a compressed version of 2 of them together? Well, this thing's even bigger up close. Verily, I carry no recollection of such a structure so grand, even in past adventures of mine. My efforts aren't enough, because I would guess that if we were looking at this side, if there was going to be a bigger... Oh, wait, it should be this one, right? The bigger one's supposed to be this one? Oh. Either way, typically, I've seen bus structures with like a larger window at the driver's side so they can clearly see what's to their left. You're basically just providing visibility for the driver, right? You can trust the sinners to lend me a hand. Hey, let me see too. I collect my thoughts and approach the sinners who are flattened up against the glass window to get a good view. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 7th window is taller than the others. Yeah, by like double. Thankfully, they gave us that load screen so we could verify 7 identical windows on the left side versus 6. All right, in we go. Oh, it's costing us enkephalin, liquid enkephalin, and not modules. Uh-oh. The duel. Weak to slash. I have a slash team. It's usually... I have a Pierce, Blunt, and slash team set up for XP farming. Who do we want as like backup? Yeah, I guess you'll do. You're not exactly a slash ID, are you? But none of you are, so that's fine. Actually, I'm not planning on fielding you. I'll just collect the minuscule amount of free experience. Backline. That's probably fine. Oh no, our average level is low. That's fine. Unless they're intending to kill like half of us. How's it going, my dude?
Limbus Company!
That's right. And it looks like they drew the bus slightly off model. I got the Otis event idea if you want to slot that in support for 40% extra. Ooh. Should have actually checked for that. Thanks for the reminder. I did a bit of rolling earlier. Trying to get Ricardo. I rolled like 80 or 90 and got Ricardo. And an ego. No 3 stars. Oh well. Once we left the bus. Oh man. Can't believe we had to get off the bus here. Yeah, Otis event ID would be a good call. We have to make a formal complaint against H Corp for this crap. The hell were they thinking doing shoddy construction work at the entrance of the highway that leads straight to the nest? I'm curious what they mean by shoddy construction work, or were they just doing it at a time we were traveling? I gotta wait for Ryoshu too. Stupid hair coupons. Oh, I got Ricardo. Well, I rolled for Ricardo because Ricardo's an announcer, right? And announcers cost paid lunacy if you don't roll them. And they don't usually come back up for reroll, except for the Walpurgis ones. Regrettably, that ate through most. They ate through all of my tickets and like a bit of my lunacy. So I'm down to like 14, 15k lunacy. You don't care about announcers that much? Do you want the Ryoshu more? I mean, I would have liked the Ryoshu more. But my original plan for the Ryoshu was to wait until we're at the last banner of the season and roll the season tickets and then buy the rest of the seasonal characters before they disappear. As is, I will buy her. Just gotta wait a week. Gonna use my event Otis. I don't know if I have you already. Wait to shard her. Yeah, I'm gonna shard her later. I'm hoping we get one more seasonal ID that comes up so I can roll the ticket. Roll the seasonal ticket, because I have like half the... I have most of the vampire IDs already. So the odds of me getting a new character are like 40-50% right now. On the seasonal ticket. It was below 50% with Fire Fist, so... I was thinking I'd wait for ideally 2 more. Many causes there may be to such construction projects, yet perhaps an early warning sign ere our approach to the site would have been a sensible... Oh, they didn't have any signs notifying them of upcoming construction, say 1 or 2 kilometers out? Probably no. I don't know you that well, but I do wander. To Limbus Twitch people, I was a turbo nerd, and basically every idea in Ego I've been playing since 2023, so I just help people now. Ah, fair enough, fair enough. I have a decent selection of IDs. I don't have all of them right now. Were it not for young Karen's most valiant drifting, I shudder to imagine the terrible possibilities. Could have been a most awful end to an adventure. It's no surprise that the sinners all had a piece of their mind to speak. As we drove up the entryway, we unexpectedly came across a mess of badly put together steel plates blocking our path in the middle of the road. Karen quickly spun the bus around, which meant that everyone ended up being thrown around like rag dolls. They just had a wall of steel plates blocking our path in the middle of the road? Awkward. Normally they tell like 2 more weeks before the end of the season. Oh, you say that, but I completely missed the season end last time. That's why I don't have Spicy Heathcliff. Or Maid Ryoshu. I also lost a ton of boxes. I think I lost like 3 SSRs of the boxes because I was saving for... I was curious if there was another ID, and I was saving for Maid Ryoshu, Heathcliff, and one other person. Didn't quite work out. Good thing there was another road off the highway that leads into the city, right? I bet Karen would have tried to reverse gear all the way back to the last interchange. But it looks like we'll be going through all these winding alleyways to get to the nest. It's so dark in here. We were greeted by a dark street upon disembarking from the bus, illuminated only by the faint strands of light. It was immediately obvious that we found ourselves in the back streets of H-Corp. Oh, it looked pretty impressive from the outside, but it's no different from the other back streets inside, eh? Yep, a familiar sight. Gotta say, it's getting real old. The scaling on this is slightly weird. The scaling on the heights of these signs is slightly weird. So this looks like a small kiosk. Actually, no, that's not too bad. Okay. I was thinking this would be like... This is like 3 feet. This is like 6 here. It'd be like 8 or 9 to here. But I think that leads you to here. Yeah. It'd be like 10-foot clearance for this. That's pretty low. I'm actually not certain you'd be able to get a transport truck through this thing due to height. Firefish Greg is so cool, you made him your main screen. Yeah, Firefish Greg looks fucking dope, man. I ask thee, is this the nest? Is the nest of this district shrouded in darkness as well? No, these particular sites are limited to the back streets of District 8. The back streets of this district weren't very different from the other ones we'd visited in the past. People hurrying through the streets as though they were being chased by something, people scowling and glaring at the ground with some sickness or discomfort, scenes all too common in every corner of the city. There was one thing about this place that stood out from the other districts, however. They're kind of reminding me of the former G-Corp soldiers back at District 4. Wait, what do you mean, those fellas? The growths on their flesh appeared to be too organic to be prosthetics. Some of them had odd protrusions or nodules hanging from their skin as well. Not at all, Manager Bud. Look, they haven't mutated in the same pattern, into an insectoid pattern, or form, for example. Well, I guess I should commend you for not looking at them through a biased lens. You are observing the aftermath of District 8's distinctive method of treatment. Honglu's your favorite sinner in Frontline. Was your main screen for a long time. You enjoy this event because I did a lot. Kanto 8's gonna be sick. I'm actually gonna be crazy enough to drop $70 for settler supplies. Only time I'm gonna do it because Honglu's my fave. Simping for that Honglu. Fair enough. Honglu's got some really cool ideas. I like a lot of Honglu's ideas. I mean, he's got... What does he have that's cool? I like... his DHE thing's alright. I like Honglu's... I like Eurodippy Honglu. What else is cool on Honglu? Eurodippy Honglu is probably my favorite Honglu. I do like his K-Corp one, the one with like the green outfit. Not Symphony is my type. I find him funny. He's a jolly written character. Oh, the Airhead guy. Yeah, he's alright. Oh, this is where the rumors that bluish healing ointment came from there, huh? Apparently they can cure any flesh wound after just one night dressed in bandages? It seems certain misconceptions must be addressed. There are the variations of H-Corp's singularity, the bolus. Bolus? She's likely referring to medicines brewed and kneaded into ball-shaped pills. Correct. H-Corp, or the Hongyuan Bioengineering Group, mainly manufactures boluses that contain essences of treatment. The boluses may be taken orally, ground with water into a paste and applied directly to the affected area, or dissolved in water, soaked into bandages, and wrapped around the necessary area for treatment. I guess rumors transform as they travel. Oh, I was just thinking about how they do things back at K-Corp. The focus of K-Corp's technology is the reversal or recovery of one's conditions, returning to an original state is the key word in their treatment. It's no rare sight to find unique techniques and technology developed independently by the inhabitants of the backstreet of District 8 using manufactured boluses. The treatments are not individually customized for each patient. Instead, their focus is on selecting appropriate techniques from a myriad of choices to address deficiencies in their statuses. Perhaps one could choose the words transformation or evolution as a more illustrative descriptor for their method of treatment. So that's what counts as treated? The crowd Sinclair was pointing at certainly appeared unhurt, as none of them were bleeding or walking with a limp, but many appeared dazed, staring blankly at nothing or scratching absent-mindedly at their mutated parts. Ah, they must be the regulars. Unexpectedly, we found our answer not from Faust nor Merceau, but from Hong Lu. The regulars? Yes, I've heard of them myself as a child. People who've grown too accustomed to visiting the clinics in search of their mystical treatments. The regulars might appear more intimidating than most people at first glance, but apparently all the side effects they've been stacking change them in strange ways. It's highly likely that interoperation conflicts or issues arise when applying highly disparate treatment methods to a single body. Effectively, they're people who are addicted to treatment. I see. Having watched at least 5 episodes of House, I can tell you that possibility shows up on multiple occasions there, right? Either junkies looking for treatment or people who are like absolutely freaking paranoid that they're sicko and they're not really. Apparently it's a thing that happens in the medical community, so I can see that happening here, especially in the city where ethics, not a big concern for doctors, and profit. That's a good thing. At least it's a cheaper alternative for people who didn't sign up for life insurance. Speak of life insurance? Yes, life insurance. There's a special insurance option to bring the client back to life upon the event of their death. The irony isn't lost on me, but I thought resurrecting people was one of the head's taboos. The head does not consider revival via life insurance to be a violation of their non-resurrection taboo. It is likely that on a technical level, this revival is actually categorized as brain resuscitation as opposed to full resurrection, degradation of its functions considered, of course. We had this in Library of Ruina, right? Pamela and Pamela, one of them had life insurance. And as I recall, they died. And what did they do? They took their severed head to the clinic as fast as possible and then resuscitated them in a clone body. So effectively, not the same. They're not taking your ashes and turning you into a new person. They're like restoring your brain into a new body. Alright. Another fatal downside to this technology is that unlike the manager's clock winding, the subject cannot be brought back if their brain is destroyed. See? Also, there's a risk of significant losses in the process of information transference. Yeah, they're moving you to a new body. They're doing they're moving your brain to a new body, and they require your brain to be functional. Alright, lots of people have ways to get around resurrection these days. Losses, huh? So maybe some of their mutations could be more than just the side effects of these treatments? Maybe, but I heard it takes more than 1 or 2 revivals to change that much. And since apparently people in the back streets could never even dream of paying consistent insurance renewal rates, yeah, after all, who would sign up for insurance if using its services could reduce them to such pitiful states, right? Yeah, they appear pathetic and pitiful to you rich bastards, don't they? Wait, how can anyone hear us? I thought we were on the bus still. You'll soon be in the same boat as them, so save some pity for yourself. Identify yourself. Stranger's voice cut through our discussion like a foreign instrument. We turned around to find a large group of people who were clearly up to no good. Ah, you must be the young master of that high and mighty Gia family, eh? I can tell just by looking at your pretty face. Friends of yours, Honglu? No, I haven't had much chance to get acquainted with people from the back streets, so no, never met them before. Of course you haven't. Too busy living large, playing gods in a whole different world from us plebs, huh? Not that it matters. We're just here to take the thing you brought here for submission to the family hierarch evaluation. The what's? There's clearly been a misunderstanding. But a lot of them. We're not off to a great start here. Oh, man. Actually, no. It'd be a violation of our office's core values to jump them like we're some common thugs. I, Shan, third son of the Triax office, challenge Jia Baoyu of the Jia family to a duel. Our wager? The winner can take anything they want from the loser. Wait, what do you mean a duel? A duel? I heard tale that duels of the honorable fixers of the Think Association Eastern Branch announced their intent to duel by stating their affiliation and name instead of casting the gauntlet. And the pamphlet that young Ishmael had presented before me earlier presented the truth that the Triax office is indeed an office of the East, though they are indeed a lesser quality. 'Tis true, a genuine, accurate declaration of a duel we behold. She's ready to go. She's ready to go. It's just a fancy way of saying 1v1 me. Let's go. This guy doesn't look too tough. What do you think, Faust? Agreed. This individual does not seem to possess any particularly exceptional skill that may pose difficulties for Honglu. I think it's going to be okay. I'll be back in a minute, Dante. You sure this is okay? I don't think you're going to lose against him, but just in case. No worries. I have some childhood experience with duels myself. I've done about 10 of them, I think. So the rich boy's dabbled in some duels, has he? I think you misunderstand. I meant to say I've done about 10 of them a day. Oh, but grandmother sometimes lets me skip them, so it might have been slightly fewer than that on some days. Wait, but he's nerfed to Sinclair's level, right? Wait, what? I, Honglu of Limbus Company, no. I, Baoyu of the Jia family, accept this duel. Honglu stepped forward confidently as the opponent was processing what he just heard. For a moment, Honglu stood there in a stance that did not express even a hint of aggression before curiously cocking his head to the side. Sorry, are we waiting for something? Oh. So I always let the opponent get the first 2 moves in duels. Please, don't hesitate. You little... Your cocky pride shall be your downfall. The man who introduced himself as Shan San leapt towards Honglu, and then, after about a minute... How is this happening? Gonna hide the UI. So we got the... I guess this is his crew of axe people. We got, like, regular guy with axe, regular guy, like, they're all just chilling their axe. Then there's this guy just, like, holding his hat with his hands. He's like, my god. I can't believe it. Also, I didn't notice that the inside of this is serrated. Interesting. Honglu just slices and dices. Alright. Unlike Shan-san, who was throwing punches and swings with boiling hot passion, Honglu was effortlessly gliding between his opponent's strikes like he was out on a picnic. As though this was but a leisurely stroll through a garden, whenever Shan-san threw a powerful punch, Honglu redirected it to the side with ease, the fist only grazing his clothes. We were mesmerized by the feathery light movements of his hands and feet that effortlessly glided through the air until, after one blink and you'll miss it moment, we realized Shan-san was already face down on the ground, defeated. Man running the best defense game of all time, apparently. Base Honglu has evade, right? Oh, young Honglu, hast thou been concealing thy full strength in our presence? No, I wouldn't say that. I always put my all into every fight. Yeah, to defeat this foe so soundly, to dance with such grace between his strikes was as though that were dueling someone whose skill may only measure against a child's. But most of our fights happen in environments with a lot of variables, and we usually fight against enemies with all kinds of unexpected weapons and powers. You read? Already familiar with that fool's moves? Oh yes. One of my Biwu instructors used similar techniques as this gentleman here. Practice makes perfect, and perfection makes an expert, right? Dude, he's crushing it. Right, but I'm also not sure if that's entirely relevant here. Well, he's not dead yet. Well, anyway, look to me, he soundly kicked your behind in this duel. Let us through, why don't you? And preferably, don't do the thing I think you're about to do. This duel wasn't overseen by a notary office anyway, and our employer's not going to let this failure slide if we just leave. Don't just sit there, move your asses and jump them. Well, that's pathetic. Yeah, I duel 10 times. 10 times a day. I can kind of see how we're becoming experts at getting jumped. Gregor's just like, oh god. With a bitter cry of the defeated, his gang rushed towards... Oh, I should have equipped Ricardo for this fight. That would have been funny. I didn't think to equip it right away. But my hair coupons! What are these guys actually resist? They're resistant to pierce. Okay. Okay, we got Virgilius ranting in our ears about how disappointing we are or something. Oh, new soundtrack. We don't have... This fight soundtrack's new. Should have probably chilled out and vibed to it for a minute. Are they going for like a little bit of like Asian hip hop vibe? All right, interesting. Dante, while you're skipping the dailies, Dante. I ain't skipping shit, old man. Sunset Blade, I'll take it. Sunset Blade's cool. Oh, everyone's got slash, so this should be pretty clean. It is a nice bat. It's a nice battle too. These guys aren't running anything too crazy. So I should just auto do this. I wasn't sure what kind of numbers we'd be looking at for the turn, so I was manually selecting just to see what the numbers look like, but this fight doesn't seem too hard. The difficulty might ramp up, but not too bad so far. Dailies aren't up for another 10 minutes. We're winning all the conflicts. And this is a short fight, right? Yeah, there's nothing after this. Kurakumo carrying us today. That awkward moment where you want 3 Kurakumo to use the Kurakumo item, but there's only 2 good Kurakumos? So I feel like I gotta run Rhodia Kurakumo in my Kurakumo team. This isn't really a great start, fellas. It's never easy, is it? Hey, at least we got a nice warm-up. It wasn't all bad. I don't know, this seems more serious than our usual street brawls. Ishmael's right, they weren't your everyday thugs who pick fights with random people for no reason. They were contracted by someone to target and eliminate Hong Lu. And given how open they were about their intent, calling it a contract, it doesn't seem like whoever gave the contract was exactly going for subtlety. Then, maybe this is what Ji-chun was talking about way back when she mentioned surviving as heirs? Whoever behind this must have had a bone to pick with Hong Lu. Indeed. It seems we must expect more skirmishes like this going forward. Alas, was this trial not readily overcome? Not the point. Think on it a little more. Seems they're assuming Hong Lu's brought something here to participate in that family hierarchy evaluation. And there's no reason to assume we've seen the last of them. They're going to try again to take out the competition. Highly accurate assessment of the situation by the executive manager. I expect no less from someone of your genius. Going for the classics of brown nosing, Otis? Ah. Since when was it brown nosing to compliment a job well done? Do you not expect... Yeah, it's brown nosing. This inane conversation is most riveting, but I prefer some silence while we wait. It seems that the company foresaw such difficulties. They've sent a support team to help handle this issue. We heard voices coming from behind us from where Virgilius pointed. Ah, you guys still haven't learned how to stick to the plan, have you? It really threw me off when I was told to meet you in some back streets location away from our agreed-upon rendezvous point. A familiar voice, one we couldn't forget. Been a while, everyone. Hi, I'm here too. We turned around to follow where the voice was coming from and recognized the 2 people we've been hoping to see again. Zod and Pilot.
싱겁네요. 윗대가리가 죽었으니 이제 당신들도 우리 조직 밑에서 구르게 되겠죠. 식구 취급을 해주진 않으니 알아서 기세요.
A guide. Well, we could use a guide. I don't know what's happening. I don't know the first thing about H Corp. Other than that they may or may not have bunny girls. Sound? And hey, Pilot, right? You're, what's wrong? It's like you're all looking at a ghost. Pilot, didn't you tell me you shared my news with them last time? I did. I sure did, man. Oh, yeah, you did. The sinners each recovered from the initial shock of seeing them again, and soon their faces began to bloom with relieved smiles. Well, good to see things haven't changed much around here. Thod, we're glad to see you're alright. Tick-tock to you too. Good to see your gears are turning just fine. Thod smiled with a familiar grin. She didn't seem to have changed much since the last time we met, save for a few minor differences. Her outfit and badge, for example. Last I recall you were promoted, yes? Allow me to congratulate you. Yeah. Or the hints of melancholy hanging from her smile and flickering in her eyes. Hey. I'm merely congratulating her on the promotion and offering recognition of her excellent accomplishments. I don't see what your problem is here. We all know the meaning that promotion carries. Indeed, and very profound. After all, what meaning is there to a promotion attained without spilling some blood? You're a real piece of work, aren't you? I don't think I'd take Rody as my third Kurokuma. Well, I don't have another one leveled. Who's the other third Kurokuma? Do we take Honglu? Because there's two good Kurokumas right now, right? The good Kurokumas are Heathcliff and Ishmael. And the other Kurokumas is like Honglu and Rhodia, right? I don't know who else there is, because I think Don Quixote's Blade lineage, Merceau is Blade lineage, Faust is Blade lineage, Yi Sang is Blade lineage, Ryoshu and Gregor. Kurokuma Ryoshu? Okay. My timeline is currently filled with Yi Sang and Ideal jokes solely for the bad localization. Oh boy, do we have a bad localization for Yi Sang coming up? Interesting. Interesting. Let me ask you something then. If everyone believes like you do around here, everyone behaves like you do around here, tiptoeing around the facts, keeping it hush-hush about what happened, where's she gonna get the bare minimum of recognition and consolation she deserves? Hush hush would have been nice. I've even overheard some of them whisper that I let my partner die just to snag a promotion. In that regard, I appreciate that, Otis. They didn't even put any effort to change the pun to fit. Yeah, it is what it is. A literal translation isn't the best, but at least no one can complain that they didn't, that they butchered the joke. Right? For being technical, I did die, except my brain was intact. Not even K-Corp's regenerative ampules could have revived me if I wasn't. And did Effie also? Apparently they went right for Effie's head when they stabbed him with a prosthetic. According to the coroner's autopsy, K-Corp ampules, life insurance, neither can revive someone with a damaged brain. It is what it is. Anyway, let's not dwell on the depressing stuff. That's referencing Kanto 2, right? We're here for work. Let's get some work done. Talk about work, okay, Pilot? Yes, ma'am. Let's see here. Coincidentally, I happened to make friends with a feller who has ties to the Gia family, so I brought him over. Is that everything? Yes, sir. Briefing over. And just as everyone was reeling in stunned silence at the least informative, least helpful briefing we'd ever had the displeasure of sitting through, to be fair, we never seemed to follow the agreement, the agreed upon plan anyway, so would the plan help? Who knows? Would the information help? Maybe. Yeah. Better the 100% accurate translation than Zoomer humor or propaganda. Exactly. Exactly. And if you can make it flow, if you can make the dialogue flow but not be that funny, that's still fine. Because dialogue that flows but isn't quite humorous is probably better than the current AI translation of most stuff, right? Because if you read any manga at all, you can tell when stuff's machine translated, because the translation will be like very literal and kind of ass. Like the dialogue will be noticeably bad, so, you know, I'll take it. One joke not being funny enough, but they don't really translate the Yi Sang ideal jokes in the first place, right? Like even early chapters where Yi Sang is like in the English translation, you do not notice that Yi Sang speaks every time his name is said, unless you're listening really closely to the Korean. Was the best though. It's why I love Resident Evil. Who doesn't like Jill sandwiches? Mel was first to catch herself. She looked up at Saud. Saud, can we rely on you for some elaboration here? The briefing was a good demonstration of the necessity of educating the 5 W's and 1 H principle. Looks like we'll have a lot to discuss when we get back, Pilot. Did I do something wrong? Oh, buddy, just stop. You're digging yourself a deeper hole with every word. Gregor quickly leaned in to warn Pilot, but it was likely too late. A nigh noticeable crease had already formed between Saud's brows. Prior to commencing this high-priority operation, it was necessary for us to find individuals with connections to H-Corp. So we, as the preliminary observation unit, were put to task, and we managed to establish a connection with an individual. Oh, someone from my family? No, we tried, but your family proved a rather difficult nut to crack. However, as we were wasting our precious time with all our leads, Pilot pursued an unconventional method to establish this connection. I really didn't hold back on compliments then, and this is how you... So our collaborator is a former employee of the Gia family. After leaving the family, he now runs a lodging business. It's likely he is far removed from family politics, less motivation for him to attack us due to conflicting interests. Yeah, all you need to know is the Korean word for ideal is Isang. You can guess the pun with that. I see. Sangjyonin. According to Pilot's report, he still regards the Gia family positively. Can I not, considering the blessings they have given me? An unfamiliar voice butted into the conversation as though to continue Saod's explanations. Qingtao. I humbly present myself before the fellowship of young Master Baoyu. Please call me Qingtao. He greets us in the most polite fashion before bringing his hands together in an odd motion. Oh, so this is how people greet each other here. It's called the Baotron gesture. Bringing fist and palm together to express respect and peace toward the receiver. Ha! Knights greet one another by shaking their hands for the self-same purpose. Forsooth, thou art indeed one possessed of a chivalrous spirit. I love Don Quixote's dialogue. It's so great. Hello, hello. Indeed, much did I worry about the qualities of people young master had surrounded himself with, but I see he is in company of those wise in the ways of the West. I prostrate myself before the vast breadth of your knowledge. What grand generosity it is to open ajar of the waterways of wisdom to quench my barren lands. Something feels familiar about this. Yeah. He's been getting less verbose with bootlicking these days. Not like this guy, for sure. That's true. He's, how do I put it, a little bit much? You could be wrong. You pronounce it as King Dao because the word Taoism and T is pronounced with a D, but could be wrong. Qingdao? Oh, could be. I only know a couple of Chinese syllables. I know the X is like X is pronounced with an like SH, and Q is pronounced CH. I.e., the Qing dynasty, QING. It's pronounced CH. Like church or chapel or Chinese. You don't speak any Chinese? Yeah, I don't speak any Chinese. I only know those parts were true though because I took a Chinese history class under someone who did speak Mandarin because they had to do all their doctoral research in China. They're like, yeah, I spent like 5 years in China. I can speak fluent Chinese. They'd give you the correct pronunciation for half of them. Half of them. I don't remember what the. I don't remember if. I know it's Taoism, but I don't know if the D is a consistent rule. I visited Malta recently. Okay, yeah. Maltese is like a weird mix of Arabic and Italian, which is crazy language group, but it was more from Arabic. Yeah, the T in Taoism comes from the way Gilles romanization. In Pinyin, it's Taoism. Yeah. The thing about Taoism is that there's actually multiple ways to that you can, depending on the source, you might actually see the T or the D placed, but they're the same thing. Yeah. So I guess that checks out. I'll hold off on pronouncing T's with D's until I hear otherwise. What are you guys talking about? Communicating only by the sound of a ticking clock. This is something I'd already known of ahead of time, and yet, what a most curious exchange to behold in person. Brief this journey may be, yet I shall find myself thoroughly entertained in its entirety. Maybe it's a subtle sprinkle of disrespect that reminds you of the usual flavor. Wait, is this about me? You dare! Was all that bootlicking she did supposed to be a source of pride for her or something? Otis shook her head with clear distaste and strode towards me. The eternal dick measuring contest between Korea, China, and Japan? Well, all Southeastern Asian countries don't want to be associated. No. You're just like, I wish we weren't on the same continent. I wish we weren't on the same continent. I wish we weren't in the same continent. I find it entertaining that Korea and Japan even have a leg to stand on over China when China's like 10 times the size of each of them. That's some funny stuff. And again, I guess you also get the same thing, right? We get video games, and it's like EU, NA, and then Korea. Somehow Korea gets to be its own individual block of competitiveness, and the other two people, like the other places, are grouped by continent, right? Like, why do people generalize about how competitive the Korean scene is? But then when you go to Europe, it's like the European scene. It's not the German scene or the British scene. I guess they just like consistently punching over their weight class. I'm British and our island is small. You're the biggest empire in the world, the sizes and everything. Really, you can do a lot from an island nation. Condolences for being British. Good meme, good meme. I feel like the only condolences are just that the leadership of Britain in the last decade has been unbelievably cringe. Luckily, you're only the second most cringe, so you got that going for you, which is nice. I could actually speak properly. Don't say like bad Cockney. I don't think people care too much about British accents, though. Or I don't think people have a serious. I don't think outside of England, people have a bad opinion of English accents. That would be the way to say it. And because they're fucking lame, you don't have to live with them? Yeah. But outside of Britain, nobody cares. Outside of Britain, people like a lot of the different accents. A lot of the different British accents. You're kind of safe on that respect. Yeah. Right. We are nothing alike, executive manager. Never have I once said such empty flattery in your presence, filled with nothing but hot air and superlatives. I'll leave the guidance of the back streets to him. Well, this looks like this is where... Cloud fell silent, her eyes lingering on Virgilius, who stood somewhat apart from the rest of us. Ah, I finally get to meet the Red Gaze in the flesh. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Effie would have loved to be here. Manager? Virgilius seemed to sense her lingering gaze and walked towards us after nodding slightly in her direction. The bots? That was a good band word to add, I gotta say. It's just auto-caught a bunch of things. Also, if you let the allow deny request, or that filtered word, to just time out, it'll automatically not send it. It doesn't assume that you want it to be sent in or lazy. Manager Sode. Let's not make this any longer than it has to be. I'm not happy to be helping with your businesses. I'd much rather put this behind me as soon as possible. Please, it's our first historic collaborative operation, right? Can't you spare a little more time with us? The guide bud's actually doing something? That guy? Yes, unfortunately, LCC has her own business to take care of today, so I won't be accompanying the LCB this time, and the Red Gaze will be helping us out to get it done. Taking Mephi there. Vroom vroom. My ancestry is mixed enough I can argue I belong to no nation. Welcome to being, welcome to living in a modern country. Maybe it's not that unfortunate now that I think about it. I feel like every mission with the LCB has always been an uphill battle to get anything done. Well, you see, back then we were, oh, just messing with you. Sure, wait. Oh, wait. Sorry, Chapter 3. I don't know why I was thinking she was Chapter 2. She showed up in Chapter 2, but I think it was Chapter 3 that was a disaster, right? Chapter 3 is the one where she was dying. Just messing with you. I'm sure we'll have another chance to work together again. Boss, we don't got much time. Wait, before you go, I think you owe us an explanation, Virgilius. I'll leave the details to Miss Faust. I'm quite busy. Very well. Virgilius turned around and left towards Mephistopheles with an oddly disgruntled expression. Well, see you around. Next time I'll show you all I can carry my own weight. You know, oh boy, the last time we met I was so damn pathetic. Pilot, competence is shown through action, not words. Soud and Pilot gave us a light nod before following Virgilius. Some sinners opened their mouths to speak, hesitated, and closed them again. Let them go without a word. Perhaps we didn't know what we could say not to make this an awkward farewell. Very well, please, this way. Or maybe we were simply mindful of this guy who was responsible for the quality of our stay. Well, as long as he's paid his sweeper tax, it's all good. Surely we won't run into any of those guys. Event name has no bearing on this event's contents, right? Right? Ambush, also slash. Okay. Let's see, support. Do we have the spicy support Ryoshu? Yeah, we do. Okay. Yeah. I think the Ryoshu is better than the Otis on support, right? For currency, it's 40%. Yeah. Someone has them at 2? Is this 2 or is the portrait changed? And then this is 4. I think Molar's bludgeoning, right? Yeah, 1/2 bludgeoning. And you're bludgeoning slash. Yeah, I think we stick with this team. Level 43. So we're probably fighting those gangsters again. The Triax Association. The presentiment ought to be washed away. For when the far one comes betwixt the burnt doors, shall a star fall astray. Are you sure we're going the right way? I don't like the sound of these weird songs. Main streets are likely teeming with those seeking to bring harm to the young master. We must venture an alternative path. And like you said, there weren't any skirmishes once we made it deeper into the dark alleyways. The lack of foot traffic would normally be pretty unsettling, but I guess that's what we needed at the moment. A Fun fact, our boy John Ruina, Roland, and Grumpy Chad Virgilius know each other. Yeah, I read about that. Read about that somewhere. Good old Roland. Roland knows everyone these days, involved in everything. As for the song, it's a song that's become rather popular in the backstreets in recent months. The lyrics are ominous for a popular song. Well, it's a song that spread through word of mouth. It sings of how the decimated Kong family... that's not the place to discuss such matters. I'll share the tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Oh, I didn't know there was a song like that. Is this the first time you've heard it too, Honglu? He's a posh git from a posh family. I doubt he's ever set his precious feet in the backstreets, so it's no wonder he's never heard anything like that. Oh, I've been to the backstreets before, but Heathcliff isn't wrong. I did spend most of my time in my room. That's precisely because you are the most treasured one of them all, young master. Much like how the jade of the greatest worth is to be cherished, prized, and hidden in the deepest depths of one's coffers, while none shall reach. Damn the brown. I'm like him. Oh, this is like, oh no, I need to have a moment of self-reflection. To a lesser degree, particularly as of late. That guy used to work for the Jia family. You know him, Honglu? Young master, is there something on my face? Honglu stopped himself as though a thought flashed in his head and glanced quietly in my direction. And then, oh, it's nothing. Can we continue walking down this road? Indeed, humble as I may be, I am very well versed in the roads of this area. Honglu shook his head at me as he casually changed the subject. It was as though he's trying to hide something we know from Qingtao. Should we be suspicious of something? He's a collaborator, but only a temporary one. A degree of caution would be advisable. Given Pilot's clear inexperience and naivete, we would do well to remain suspicious of his character. Faust and Otis approached me as Honglu was nodding along and chatting amicably with our guide. Well, looking back at the journey so far, I think we learned our lesson about blindly trusting every collaborator we come across. With this growing mistrust in my mind, I slowly made my distance from the guide before asking Faust the burning question. What was that back there with Virgilius? Something about him going off to help them out? The consequences of his actions at Wuthering Heights. His actions were a violation of one of the more important items in his contract with the company. He is simply taking responsibility for the breach of contract. I think back to the incident at the manor. It feels like such a long time ago now. That's kind of a bummer. He really helped us out of a pickle. What? That's what they're dragging him away for? Is there a problem, honored guest? Oh, it's nothing. No problem, right, Russia? Yes, you idiot. Or so, can you carry Heathcliff for a while? He's dead tired. It will be done. Heathcliff, punched in the gut by the hilt of Ryoshu's sword, fell forward right onto Merceau's welcoming shoulder. Rodeo? You know, the kind of person I hate the most. The kind of dull people who can't read the room. Don't you feel the same way, Dante? Yep. I can always read the room. I nodded enthusiastically as something seemed to imply she wasn't really asking me a question. I don't think she was about to punch my lights out, but... Rodion and Ryoshu judged correctly this time. Classified company information must not be discussed in the presence of an outsider. Reminds me of the time he got knocked out cold for a while because he kept asking questions without raising his hands. He doesn't learn, does he? Successfully preserved the secrecy of classified information without spilling blood. I applaud this policy. Oh, I did good, didn't I? I'm just not a fan of how they're treating Heathcliff like dirt now. If it's no problem as you say, then that is well indeed. Yet I worry it appears that the problem has found us anyway. I stopped and looked around, realizing we were surrounded by a group of people wielding various weapons in their hands. So what happened to us finding a safer path? Well, it is likely my guidance indeed gave us a much safer path away from the more obvious skirmishes. However, to my great regret, it appears the more observant of our enemies have tracked us here. Damn it, what are you even here for? Isn't that your job to prevent this exact scenario? Reduce the odds. And or quantity. Let's leave the finger pointing for later. We're gonna have to take them all down. They must not be allowed to disseminate our current location. Exactly. Where are you slinking off to, Mr. Qingdao? I must regrettably and humbly say my talents in war are terribly lacking, so I intend to become scarce for a moment, yet I have the utmost faith in the strengths of our young master and honored guest in overcoming this adversity, so... He was already standing so far away from the front lines he was practically hiding behind me. Faust, anything you can tell us about these guys? No, but a consultation with Gesellschaft seems unnecessary if we are to determine whether negotiating with them is an option. They're coming. Merceau, wake Heathcliff up, set him down. It will be done. Well, it would have been funny if we had Heathcliff missing for that fight, would it not? Most pointless team comp minus Heathcliff fight, but it would be funny. Oh, these guys got like swords. They got like the pirate swords. Alright. What are they labeled as? Sharp looking stranger and tough looking stranger. Alright. Anyone have a fight they actually don't want to take? Yeah, we're gonna skip this one. The counter hit. It's Slash Green. She's pretty good on Slash. We're fighting 10 people. We could probably... Yeah, we can take it, but we're not going to stagger, so I'm not going to waste my time with that. Heathcliff lost. Oops. It's okay, Heathcliff. It was your steal one. You can cope. Counterattack and hit. Looks like we're just going to swing. It's unopposed, and it might stagger anyway. We're gonna do Nightmare Slash on that for sure. 36. He transforms above 35, right? Or is it 45? Oh, it might be 40. Oops. I'm gonna check what it says. Ah, it's 40. I was mistaken. We're only at 1 blood. It's probably not gonna do anything too crazy. Oh right, Leap is piercing. I forgot that. I was wondering why Leap wasn't doing much damage. Hmm.
강력한 공격은 단순히 적을 제거하는 이점만 있는 것이 아니죠. 이제 저들은 자신도 그렇게 될 거라는 불안.
No transformation yet. I'll just stab. I actually don't like Stigmatize when he's transformed. It is a frustrating move to use. Drains so much sanity. Doesn't hit very hard. Oh, that's a counterattack. We'll just swing with the green. She's gonna struggle to get her empowered AoE off. There's only like one person who does well. There's 3 bleed people, but actually stacking bleed isn't going super well. Much better on bosses. Magic bullet, not gonna do too much. We wanna Anchors is piercing. I'm just thinking, I'm like, do I have a slash ego that's AoE? I know Lantern works, but I don't think I have another one. This is piercing as well. Blunt and piercing. I don't think you can change the types of these. Yeah. Guess we'll just swing out.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
40.
I don't expect us to lose this fight. So. Yeah, nice new OST battle track.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리. 너는 맛이 나는.
제대로 무너져.
일처럼 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 것만.
나갈 수 없어.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
망설이야. 나갈 수 없어.
Yeah, Sunlight Blade does so much work. Oh. What a nice ability.
놈 나와. 놈 나와.
I really like transformed Sunlight Blade. I feel like the Stigmatize isn't crazy good when it's transformed. Hostilities in the immediate vicinity have been eliminated. Our collaborator, who'd been hiding far from the battle, quickly ran up to our side as soon as the fight ended. Are you unhurt, young master? Yep, I'm totally fine. Of course, our honored guest's martial skills were all exceptionally brilliant, but young master, your light was the brightest even among the incandescent. Humble servant could not hold back his tears at this wondrous sight. To witness such excellent martial arts from none other than the young master himself. Why, the unexpected surprise. Don't the children of the Gia family undergo all kinds of strict training regimens from childhood? Oh, it was simply my assumption the young master ceased his training once he departed the family. Anyway, how do you think they tracked us down anyway? Oh, about it. It appears we weren't exactly tracked down. Perhaps it may be that the ilk who lurk in these parts of the backstreets recognized the young master's venerable countenance. I don't think my face is that well known. Oh, the family hierarchy evaluations are nigh. Every soul in Hong Yuan must know the face of the young master who's loved by every elder of the family. Why, it must be that they're under the assumption you're carrying something of great value. Family hierarch. Didn't Ji-chun say something about the heirs back then? Ji-chun did say that about that. Ah, they all seemed wrong. I didn't bring anything precious that the elders might be looking for. Wait, young master, even now? I couldn't care less about it, that's all. Besides, many of my siblings are much better fit to be family hierarch than I am. But that's indeed a relief. A relief, is it? Of course, it's highly dangerous to partake in the hierarch evaluation, so it's of great relief to know the young master is not putting himself in unnecessary danger. I guess that's sort of a relief. Now that we took them all down, there shouldn't be any more on the way, right? Greg, can we not jinx ourselves for 1 second? Are you laughing, Roshu? No, I'm worried. Please do not concern yourselves further. We will take a more clandestine approach. I guarantee a safe and easy passage to our destination. I have a hard time buying that the lay of this place would constitute a perfect place to set up an ambush. In most places, you claim this to be a safer path? I ask you to place your faith in this humble servant, for Hong Yuan is not like most places. For now. Otis shut her eyes off for a moment, out of her torts, and then turned to look at Ishmael. Hey, Ismail. You must have a pamphlet on this place handy, right? No way, you're actually going to read it? Why else would I ask? I mean, how could I not be caught off guard after a whole year of getting brushed off by everyone every time I plead with them to read the damn pamphlets? Like, hell, did no one think to... I will find my own intel if you're going to ramble on and on about your grievances. Fine, here it is. Otis opened the pamphlet and began intently gazing at its text as though she didn't want to miss even the smallest detail of information there. Suspicion clear on her knitted brows. Otis is sus. Otis is very suspicious. That's a lot of blood spilled, Otis. Other fight is on. Jean? More slash weak enemies. They really like throwing the slash weak enemies at us today. Right? There you are. No complaints from me. I feel like I need one extra person who's good in a slash team right now. Because I'm not put on airs, but Kurakumo Kalanwakashu Rodion is not the spiciest. Not the spiciest slash lady. I think most of these are blunt. Lacking in subtlety. Right, I forgot we have the Teth icon. Not that we'll use it, but we have it now. Ah, that's what I need to do. I need to equip Ricardo. Alright, ready to be bothered by Ricardo for an entire fight? I expect to be endlessly harassed about some coupons. We were on a desperate run, all the while fighting off hordes upon hordes of enemies. Oi, what happened to safe and easy passage? Explain this shit! It appears the young master's radiant countenance was made known. I thought we were finding a more clandestine passage. How come we're getting jumped by even more enemies? As I've said, the young master is radiant. At least try to give a variation to your excuses. Cannot so easily say he is being untruthful given the disjointed allegiance of the enemies attacking us. Otis played with the pamphlet in her hand, clearly frustrated but unable to establish anything concrete. People with a clear allegiance to attack a member of the Gia family. Like everyone in the backstreets has been getting plucky while I was away, and back then I couldn't even catch a glimpse of their faces. They'd all be on their hands and knees whenever we walked past. Ah, what a wonderful change! Like, shove that wonderful change up your ass, you bloody loon! How much longer till we get there? My Kazan is near. Calm your worries. Our guide seems oddly calmer now than he did at the beginning of this journey. Did he really get numbed to all the violence that fast, or... Speaking of which, what's a Kazan? It is a term commonly used to refer to taverns, inns, or equivalent places of lodging in this region. Like, lodging? Like a hotel? Oh, it's gotta be pretty fancy then. Do they serve like complimentary snacks and drinks like the warp train? Not sure about that. It seems like Kazans also serve alcohol and food alongside their lodging services. Maybe we can get a meal there. And hopefully there's like 30 guards? If there's this many people attacking though, I feel like they need some serious protection. Residential non-aggression taboo. Any mutual act of violence inside a residential building is, within this particular area and floor of Hongwon, a taboo. Oh, we may rest easy then. I saw Faust's eyebrows slightly twitch as though she had just heard the most ridiculous thing, but I'll ask her about it later. Ooh, man. It's for some kind of family hierarchy or family head selection contest. Why couldn't they save all this fighting till then? Oh, it would be too late. Late? How? Every hierarch candidate must have brought incredibly precious treasures with them. It'd be nice if they believed that their own treasure is the most precious of them all, but everyone's going to try to take each other's just to be sure. I see. So just in case someone else brought something better than their own, and might as well kill them too for the sake of convenience. Is that how the folks in your family think? What line of thinking is that? But other families don't seem too different from mine. Heathcliff's like, God damn it, he's right. Deepest apologies for intruding upon this most enthralling conversation, however. We may be inviting even further trouble by dallying here. With that, the guide pulled out a watch to check the time. It will be nighttime soon. Oh, we don't want to be outside at night. We don't want to play with the sweepers. That's not good. We're in the back streets. Ricardo does not understand how anyone gets themselves written up in the Book of Vengeance. Because they're not like the thumb or the index. The index will just randomly attack people. And the thumb is pretty uptight about the most random stuff. Damn, I really like Leap, but I don't like Leap enough to start a fight taking hits for no reason. I will actually take this hit. And the reason we're taking this hit is because she'll just heal for me later on. Prescript randomly orders someone to kill someone. Yep. Engage the index targeting system. The index randomly ordered you to exterminate every single person in this entire city block. Why? Nobody frickin' knows. Yeah, the index will just randomly kill tons of people. Pretty sus. Oh dear, that's not good. 2 bleed count, but only 1 bleed stack. That's fine. Well, we're already running a mountain of orange cards. Why not? Notably, Heathcliff's card will also be unblockable, I believe. Or unbreakable. It isn't? I thought the trigger was 3 lust. Is that wrong? Seems I was wrong. I was slightly mistaken. But... it is indeed quite a grave sin. Dab with stigmatize. I thought it was. Huh. Oh well. Am I mistaken? It's 3 resonance, right? It is 3 resonance orange. I don't know why I didn't go in unblockable. That's weird. Or unbreakable coin. You've seen the pendulum. Instruction work, scribbling notes is a piece of paper, yes. It says clearly put needles inside someone's stomach. Yeah. Yeah. There's some workers doing maintenance on the floor above the pendulum. Looks like it'll be a very chaotic week for the index. I feel like it'd be funny to just troll them. You're like, ah, yes, we're gonna hire some workers, just pour giant slabs of concrete, and then use jackhammers to tear it down repeatedly to mess with the index. Oh, that'd be funny. Although I feel like you wouldn't want to do that because the index will more than likely just start murdering mountains of people if they start doing that. But it'd be funny. It'd be funny in the... I don't want to do this, but it would be hilarious to see a reference to. Like, I wouldn't want to do this if I was in the setting, but it'd be funny to hear of it. Heathcliff taking a nap still. Goodness me, Heathcliff. You can do better than that. Ooh, 10 whole damage. We're really pushing the envelope when it comes to damage here. Oh, it's not. Oh, that is counterattack. Never mind. Oh, we gotta hit this attack, so. I guess so. Lenticular rend. You know what? Sure, why not? Guaranteed success at the cost of a lot of sanity? Oh, I just realized that. He has no sanity still. Goodness me, Heathcliff. You do like making things hard for us. If he goes crazy and kills all of us, I'm blaming Heathcliff and not my own poor decision making. Well, he killed someone, so surely his sanity will be... Nah, nope. He killed 2 people, did not get... he sat -8. Oh well. Okay, can I find... Oh man, he's dead last. I don't know if I can find a way to get him any kills here. Let's see. 2 hits. His assertion's gonna hurt. 158 though, that's pretty good. Ah, heck, it's the end of the fight, who cares? Oh, the clash before the unopposed. That's awkward. If that actually mattered, that would have been really bad for us. I mean, it didn't, but it could have been really bad. And now here we are. Is this the place? After running through alleyway after alleyway, after turning corner after corner, we finally came across the site of several small buildings tightly built next to one another. Wouldn't that be all of them? At the center of them is a building lit with red lamps adorned with a door plate with complicated looking letters scribbled over it. This is shoddier than expected. Hey, isn't this a place a bit too trashy to house your precious young master? Oh, that's not our building. Please look this way to see where our honored guests will be staying for the night. I knew it. I heard so much from Hong Lu about all the splendor, all the We followed Qingtao's finger and arrived at a small warehouse of sorts, its exterior painted in black. That looks smaller than even Mephistopheles. Can we all even fit in there? Hey, that place looks trashy as heck even for us, let alone your young master. This is the nearest Kazan we could afford to stay in, at least among the ones I manage, yet location in the back streets heavily limits the level of decency it can afford. My deepest and sincerest apologies, young master. Oh, don't worry, we can't always sleep in decent places. It looks fine for an overnight stay to me. Are you nuts? Can that thing even fit all of us in there? Ah. Much did I wish to guide the honored guests to the family mansion in the central zone. However, the time... the sweeping wave. Wait, doesn't that start at 3:13 in the morning? I feel like we got plenty of time to get there. Exactly. Don't we have more than enough time to get to the family mansion? According to H-Corp Travel Guide, the central area is only like an hour away from here. Has the honored guest traveled to District 8 before? No, this is my first time here, but... Then one must ask the honored guest how the honored guest could claim to have a full understanding of a place merely by flipping through a book when she hasn't had to contend with it in person? Innumerable unpredictable changes await in the teeming jungle of buildings, the ever-shifting structures, the constantly changing paths, ambushes from foolish yet vicious syndicates, or even offices of the back streets. Oh, and we are beset by danger from all sides. Such bold, flippant approach to predicting the phenomena of this area is to court death. Even a toddler must know that. One fails to disguise his utter sorrow at the inadequacy of her wisdom. Is it just me, or are we all thinking back to the Ishmael of the Great Lake? Zip it, Dante. But if the guidebook lists the path, does it not simply imply it's technically possible to reach there in time? Otis suddenly took a step forward. In her hand was the H-Corp travel pamphlet that Ishmael was talking about. I have faith that if our executive manager would lead us in your directionally challenged stead, they'd be able to lead us to our destination before night falls. Me? This does not appear to have been discussed beforehand. Very well, allow me to speak freely without frills. My responsibility is to bring the honored guest to the central zone and to ensure the young master's safety. It is indeed technically possible to reach the mansion before the night in the back streets commences. Technically. Yet, not even one iota of danger to the young master shall be permitted. The mission that has been so graciously bestowed upon this humble servant is not to guide them with haste, but to guide them with safety. Oh. It said those engaging in strategies and plans must remain wary of losing sight of their purpose. Stubbornly forge on towards the family mansion in lieu of necessary intel to see when these mobs of assailants would end is to wrongly prioritize the journey over the destination. Yeah. Wonderful, truly impressive. You have all the qualities of someone I would trust with my life when devising a stratagem. This is the most fitting attitude for those who genuinely wish the best for those they serve. Really? You're gonna go along with him all of a sudden? I misunderstood your intentions, truly. They sparked my ire by comparing some of your choice words with my own. And yet now my eyes have been opened to the honest loyalty that lies within your heart. Oh, this humble servant did not imagine in his wildest dreams there would be someone who understands the fathoms of his loyalty. It seems the young master has certainly gained an eye for allies and fellowships. This is a cause for much relief in my heart. Listen to him. This one knows how to jest. They're basically best buds now. You hear about the bad launch of Assassin's Creed Shadows? I heard some mixed things. So I heard the day one player count was worse than Veilguard. I did hear that the numbers were low. However, I also saw 2 articles posted today saying that it was getting rave reviews. So I don't actually know how it's going. Paid for BS? Possibly, yeah. That's the only thing about getting articles. It's bad. They're in full damage control mode? Oof. Alright. I'm not playing Assassin's Creed because I feel like I'm done with... I've played enough Assassin's Creeds already. I did hear they got a day one patch to fix some of the complaints the Japanese had. That was kind of funny. I did see that, but I don't know. Yeah, just seeing player numbers when people meme on it, you have to have like a good point of reference, and I didn't know that at the time. Player count's bad. Japan's pissed. Ubisoft copies by saying they have 1 million players, not sales. Yeah, answering with number of players is a weird thing right now because there's a lot of subscription services that they just copy paste the number of players that have access to the game as players, right? It's like, they've done that for a few games. It's like, it's available on the Xbox Game Pass on launch, so they'll claim they have access, they'll claim the entirety of the Xbox user base, or the PlayStation user base as players. And it seems very silly. Day one peak at like 56, low numbers. I mean, it's a success for most. It's a huge success for most games, but I don't know what numbers Ubisoft was actually looking for. Day one, 56, very low numbers. I guess we can go to Steam charts and find out. Veilguard hit 89k day one. I guess we can go check those numbers. Let's see. Can we just look up Veilguard? Do I have to look up Dragon Age specifically? Okay, Dragon Age the Veilguard. Going back to whenever it launched. I don't even see. November. Oh. Did it really launch November? Was it really that long ago that it launched? Can I see all? There we go, all. A steady decline from its like average players of like 23k down to 1k pretty quickly. Yeah, it looks like it's above the 60k line. Can I compress it to be like just this? Yeah, it's capped at 60k, it looks like. Looks like it capped at 60k. Alright. Yeah, and then we did we'll do Assassin's Creed, which should return us all the Assassin's Creed games. We can do Odyssey, Valhalla. Fuck it, we'll do Black Flag. Where is Shadows? Is AC Shadows not available, or is it only returned so many lines? Is AC Shadows available on Steam? I don't know what it's called if it's not on Steam. Hold up, let's check. Yeah, my birthday is January 1st. Coincidentally, it's also the default date. Okay, it's definitely in the database. Let's see. There we go, there we go. All-time peak is 60k. Veilguard's all-time peak was 60k, so it looks like initial impression is that it's about the same. It's about as successful as Veilguard. Like, are we gonna nitpick 1,000? I don't think so. So they're both like Veilguard was not exactly a success, so yeah, Shadow's probably not a success either. Unless it maintains this number for a really long time. Oh, the Ring PC player count exceeded AC day 1, 3 years after release. I'm going to compare to other Assassin's Creed. Shadows is at 59k all-time peak. It's all-time peak? I don't even see that on the list here, but... There we go. For like launch week, it was at 62k. Valhalla was 15k. I think Valhalla and Black Flag didn't originally launch on Steam. They originally launched on EA's private platform. Yeah, I would probably say we're not looking at... Unless... If it peaks at 59.8, which is noon on a Saturday, it's not looking too great. Compared to other single-player games. The thing is, a lot of the other big single-player games have been like breakaway successes, so I thought these would be alright comparisons. Yeah, a lot of Assassin's Creed launched late. Like, I feel like if I said Helldivers is like a runaway success, so it's like a bad comparison. I'm really surprised they didn't try to turn around Shadows at all. I feel like Ubisoft has been rather inflexible with their releases lately. Alright, they did their quadruple A Skull and Bones thing. That was last year. Oh. And Star Wars. Dude, Ubisoft's been taking L's. Oh my goodness. Skull and Bones was the quadruple A game last year. That flopped super hard. Star Wars Outlaws also did mid as fuck, right? Oh, that's rough. I almost feel sorry for them, damn. I mean, if they turned around and fixed their shit, I would feel sorry. As is, I'm just like, oh, that's a... Yeah, I'm not wishing them success on most of their products, so I don't feel too bad. SJW is trying to defend the poor multi-million-dollar company from critique. Call everyone extremely racist. Yeah, classic. This is a really cute gift, by the way. We got Hong Lu, his sister, and 2 other people who I assume will show up in the story. Either that, or it's just Hong Lu with a... It's just older Hong Lu and even older Hong Lu. I don't quite know. It might be his brothers. We'll see, right? We gotta finish the story. Ubisoft also went on a lawsuit against critics and bad refer has... Alright, broke it is. Go broke it is. Apparently. So I read that article, right? I read the article with the Canadian government being in on it. The thing is, I don't think that the government actually said anything about it. When I read the full article and the source, I think they just said their standard spiel about how, like, harassing people bad and then moved on. I don't think the government's actively doing anything to protect Ubisoft. I couldn't find a source for that specifically happening. At best, I could make the assumption that they got a canned response about internet harassment being bad and took that to mean they were being personally protected. I could not find a source for the actual like content of that claim. I did go and look for that, and my opinion is that the people reporting that did not have complete information and were making assumptions. See, so Ubisoft is so talented, not only gamers, but the investors hate him. Everyone hate him, it's quite the talent. Oh. Okay, you can fix lots of stuff by upending the leadership.
Limbus Company!
This company. Yeah, Ubisoft. Oh man. I mean, when when did Jim Sterling start his crusade against Ubisoft? I feel like that was like 5+ years ago, dude. It's been so long since Ubisoft was a company that people didn't actively hate. Oh my goodness. It's been so long. I don't think I'm not even subscribed to Sterling on this account, so it was before I started streaming. Oh my goodness. Recalled everything they made Ubislop. Good old Ubislop. Off topic, currently in the mouthwashing part of the Danny Subathon tribute. Damn, you going hard. Oh, you played through mouthwashing? How was mouthwashing, by the way? It's a short game, right? Yeah, cute GIF. Loving it. I'm loving this GIF, but we're gonna have to get back to the main story. He loved it, but he was devastated. I see. Yeah. I may have lost my cool for a moment there. Anyway, this man speaks true. It's highly likely we'll be exposed to attacks of similar nature were we to continue moving at this time. I actually agree with this statement. Now, assuming they were moving to the closest residence in the direction they were going, like let's just assume Qingtao's not lying. If the guide says from where we currently are, it takes approximately an hour to reach the city center. It is unlikely you would make that because even if you were traveling in a straight line, like if you were taking the most direct path, you would have to encounter fights from people ambushing you on a regular basis. That would cause delays and or risk because every minute you were delayed vastly raises, like let's say, you know, good old Google Maps tells you an hour, it tells you 55 minutes to city center. You're like, great. I'm likely to encounter at least 10 people, like 10 ambush groups on the main route. That's going to add like 10 minutes. So if I'm forcibly stopped by police officers 10 times on my hour-long drive, it's probably going to be more than an hour. Therefore, or cops, I say more like mercenaries, but you know, if I'm stopped by randoms 10 times when I would otherwise be driving, it is likely I'm late, so I should prepare to stay overnight elsewhere. I think that's a rational statement, right? So if the estimate's very close, you want to give yourself a bit of leeway because you may not actually have the time to make it that far. She's just fully on his side now, isn't she? That's when I realized she was looking in my direction. The exaggerated smile had all but completely faded from her face, replaced with an odd but dead serious expression. When our gazes locked, she nodded. She must be completely turned around by that guy. Is this her way of saying, so long, I'm gonna quit and go work with this guy now? Thanks for everything? As for this hotel, it's much better than sleeping in outdoor tent barracks. We should be able to relieve ourselves of some fatigue here before moving on. It could also be she just doesn't trust this guy and it's like, we'll pair an ambush here. Did you not earlier insist on continuing our search for a better accommodation with the greatest vehemence, Miss Otis? Yeah, whatever, we get your point. Let's go inside. Well, my humblest self can only behold your generous acceptance of this insufficient lodging with the deepest of gratitude. After all that serious talk, the man seemed oddly relieved to hear our decision as he brought his fist and palm together. Architecture of today mustn't be judged with such haste merely by an observation of the exterior. Its interior may hold aught to be surprised of, were you not? With Rodion surrendered, oh, wouldn't that be nice? We made our way into the building. Wait, what does BB have for us here? Some peak cinema? Oh, you finally saw this? This was like a week from fit completion, last I saw it. I was actually contemplating pointing this out. This is the Project Moon pack for Balatro, right? Is it done now? I saw a Reddit post about this on like Monday, but he wasn't done yet. So he's replaced every single Joker, every single one of them with PM stuff. I believe all of the playing cards have been changed too. Retheming Balatro super hard. Now, what are these Jokers? I couldn't tell you because I don't know what most of them do. Where's my big bird? I don't remember. Perception. The star. Distort. 12 sinners. Well, he didn't show any. Did he show any abnos here? I don't think he showed abnormalities here. There's distortions. These are all Library of Ruina. Big Bird might show up. Balatro. Very nice, very nice. And Balatro Mod, get it here. It's on GitHub. Okay. Oh, download, install, Steam modded, blah 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 blah. I'm curious. Assets. 8-bit deck boosters. These are .pngs. Localization, EN/US Lua. This should just be a short script because it's Lua, right? If this is the entirety of the assets, then we should just be able to look through these, right? Big Bird is king. Big Bird is kings. There's your answer, baby. Big Bird is king. Judgment Bird and Justice are Jack and Queen. Burb. The B is... Or sorry, the Queen of Clubs. You're going to be playing clubs decks now, baby. What do we got? The weird worm thing? Are these spades? These might be spades. The birds... Oh, the club is Birds of Apocalypse. Magical Girl's right here, beside the Wooden Knight. Burb. Shame. Alright, let's see. We can see what else is here. Blind chips. Let's see. The blind chips. I don't know if these have been replaced. They might have been. I think they were? Yes, they were. These have been replaced. You can see some of these are new. That's new. This is new. I think this is new. This is the she, right? It's really hard to read the fact it's supposed to say she, but I think it's supposed to be the she, right? There's the thumb. The rats, yeah. This is Y, section 2? Dawn Office. Yep, he's replaced the blind chips. Queen of Hatred is the queen. King of Greed's the king. Wait, did I miss that King of Greed was in the deep deck? Is that King of Greed? Queen of Hatred, King of Greed. I guess I'm assuming that's the one. Enhancers, what do we got? Oh, nice. Are these new card backs? I'm not quite sure. These look like card backs to me. Oh, no, they're the upgrades, aren't they? These are the upgrades, aren't they? Like, there's glass panes here. Oh, okay, these are upgrades? And maybe some card backs? Okay, we got jokers for days. We got jokers for days. I'll assume your favorite character is here. Is there anyone someone's particularly looking for on this fancy-ass mod? Your favorite colors are also present. Here you go. People also have the icon, their Library of Ruina icon for their faction present. And the train is present for Limbus, although I think they made the train a little bit wide. Anyone looking for a particular character? It looks like they have most of the Ruina crew here. We got Liu. Look, it's the sweepers. I forget what, this is the big beefy sweeper. I don't remember his name. Regular sweeper boy. Church of Gears lady. Index simps. Oh, distorted. Chairperson of the Lou. Right? There we go. Very nice. What else we got? Tarot cards. The Fool, the Magician, the Hierophant, the Empress. Wait, what is the theming for the tarots? Let's see. Some of these were not replaced. The ghost cards were not replaced entirely. I don't know what this subset is. Are these the numbers? No. We have the standard, the major arcana have been replaced. With Sephiroth and... This is Sephiroth and Sinners, right? Oh, two. Is there extra people here? Yes, there are extras. The planet cards. Oh, these are planets. That's what they are. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, sun and moon are choices too, right? Right, these are the planets. Oh, okay, these are the planets. These are the major arcana. These are the ghost cards. Okay, okay. Vouchers. These are the new packs. Looks like there's only 2 icons for packs right now. Oh, there's Black Hole and 2 weird planets for hidden hands. Oh, I see. And there you go. Oh, Abnos. Classic Abnos. Good old censored. Spectral, Celestial, Arcana packs. Very nice. Biblically accurate being? Our nice biblically accurate angel, yeah. Very nice. Oh look, it's the bro. One sin of hundreds of good deeds, our BFF. He never lets me down. Alright, let's get back to this. That is the Balatro mod, right? Project Moon Balatro mod. A link in case you want to play Balatro with the mod. There's instructions here. I don't know how straightforward they are or how easy they are. It looks pretty easy, but Balatro stream went. We did do like an hour of Balatro, right? That game's not too bad. Alright, in we go. Ooh, this actually ain't so bad. It's clean in here. The place represents a rather classical aesthetic. The landscape paintings lining the walls give off a rather sophisticated mood. It's much more spacious inside than it looks on the outside. Did they use some kind of space expansion technology in here too? No, it seems the building only appeared small due to the density of structures in proximity. Well, the door is open. Should my presence be required, I shall be in the small shed next to this building. Please do converse freely. The man smiled awkwardly and quietly excused himself as the excitement among the sinners began to grow. Meanwhile, Hong Lu stood a fair distance from the guide, quietly watching his face as he left. His expression was enigmatic, as if he were gazing upon the clouds, the flowers, or even the wind. Yet there was no light in those eyes. It was as if they beheld a storm cloud, a desolate field of wilted flowers in a howling, destructive gale. You suspect something, Hong Lu? I mean, hey, at least the walls are painted. It's not completely run down. Although it took me recognizing the fact this is supposed to be a building to realize these weren't just streak marks. I thought this was, like, destroyed, I thought the walls were destroyed and streaked. Like messy, where, like, you know, this is painted and this is where the plaster's chipped off and there's stains at the edge. That's what I was thinking until they said it was painted with landscapes, and I saw the building. Until then, I was thinking, wow, this is like really... I mean, it's set up like a place you could be in, but otherwise it looked pretty sketch. This is a tree, I think. But I decided to ask. Not yet, I don't think. Not yet. So, big brother, something felt off to you too, And that's when we caught a familiar voice. Oh, Shishun, it's you, and so soon, too. Yeah, I told you I had a feeling we'd be seeing each other again very soon. Have you been well, young master? I'm so glad to see that you're doing well, Mr. Wei. Oh, wait, don't tell me you're staying here, too, Shishun. I normally wouldn't ever set foot in a place like this, but I ran into some kind of large-scale construction on my way back to the family mansion. Had to come in through the back streets. We weren't the only ones troubled by the random construction site. Oh, hail to thee! The confident look on Chichun's face was immediately replaced by that of alarm. Did she lose her memories again? Is she with you? No, Don Quixote is the same as always. But she looks like such an airhead. Young Chichun, well, wouldst thou accompany me to the lounge but a moment, that we may share a moment of catching up? Oh, yeah, let's do that. Hold on. Wait. Chichun seemed to hesitate a moment, staring at Don Quixote after hearing that her memories were intact. Before walking right up to her. I like that idea, shall we? Wei, why don't you go and find a room for me to stay in while I talk some things out with her? What? You wanted to do some catching up, right? Manager Esquire? Loss of critical personnel may be cause for disciplinary action, Dante. Oh, I don't think there's anything wrong with making friends, though. Looks like Chichun really likes Don Quixote if she's comfortable enough to tease her like that. Not Don Quixote she likes. She obviously just wants Don Quixote's power she saw back then. My lady, this is hardly the appropriate place for... Fine, I'll try again later. Get some sleep. I'm heading in too. She can't tell if Chichun's gay or gay like everyone else is for Don Quixote, or actually wants her power. What would be funnier if Gia actually liked Don Quixote, or if she was doing it to tease him? The premise of the Silent Hill F setting. Yes, I think you brought that up on the day that the trailer dropped. Yes. A village in dam construction, a shrine with deities. Ryukishi did it again. There's so much Chichu and Don art and memes going around. Is there any more ammunition for what's this? Shidon? Or Shikyote? Kyote? Don? Sean feels like it'd be a weird ship. Is there any more ammunition for this ship, or is this the only ammunition for the ship in the scene? In the arc. I guess we'll see, right? And if she's not dead, we might see in Canto 8. Chichun sighed with a bit of disappointment before heading into the lobby. You'll see. Well, let's all head inside now. I and the rest of the sinners followed her into the lodging. Well, we didn't start a fight immediately. I didn't mention a dam construction. Oh, yeah, that's true. You didn't say the dam construction, but we were memeing on how Silent Hill F was just Hinamizawa from the minute we saw the trailer. We're at 300 gas. Looks like we might... If we keep up this pace, we might actually get 1,000 by the time we're done. Our first run. First couple runs. People are leaning so hard under official posts. Alright, first example. Let's see. Hinako's hometown, Ebisukuoka, once prospered thanks to the coal mines and dam construction in the area. The only reminder of its former glory is the Grand Iron Bridge to the city. Oh, they got an actual... Grand Iron Bridge. Okay, so which part of this is Grand and Iron? Is this actually the official, like, Silent Hill channel? 117k followers, probably. Guys, if you told me this was a Grand Iron Bridge, I'd be pretty disappointed. I Okay, let's see. Responses. I don't use this often enough. God damn it. One view quotes, here we go. Damn construction. Yeah. He couldn't let go of Higurashi for 20 years. She's gonna make a world where Higurashi lasts forever, yep. Everyone gonna get brainwormed, you can't make this shit up. Declared in red, yep. Higurashi when hills cry. When she says she'll may not be solid. No, it's Ebi Sugaoka. Much more complicated. Inaka running away from whatever new Silent Hill enemy. These hills sure are silent. I sure hope I don't die when cicadas cry. Ever reliable, Keiichi. The what construction? Higurashi Go advertises a remake of Higurashi, actually a new story. Silent Hill F advertises new story, actually just a HD remake of Higurashi. Higurashi X Silent Hill seems about right. Girl boss gaslight your way into a multi-million-dollar game company and beloved IP only to write another version of Higurashi. I used to throw bricks at people. Yeah. You can't keep getting away with it. It's a picture of Rikishi. Okay, yep. Oh look. The first comment that's not memeing on it. Lies and slander. Alright. Big fan of Dawn and Chichun has going on. I love Spanish women. It's called Yuri. Dawn can handle blood fiends and any horror of the city, but romance can't handle it. Poor Dawn. Poor Dawn. Oh, that's some good stuff. That was... Wait, hold up. That was cute. That was cute. You got it. I like that. I like that. I'll give it a good old repost too. That was some good stuff. I like Yuri. Good read. Good read. Alright, so everyone was busy looking around and commenting on various things in our lodging, but Sinclair appeared to be the most anxious of them all. Sinclair? Something in here stands out. Like, imagine an ideal of life picture. Did you call? Yes! Wait, that was the least subtle reference to Yi Sang. They actually include... That was so unsubtle. That was so unsubtle. That was like a brick. Dude, most of the time, Yi Sang, most of the time people reference Yi Sang, you can only tell that they said the word Yi Sang specifically because the dialogue has the word Yi Sang in it. As in, like, the spoken dialogue. He actually included ideal. That works. They act like they included the translation. I think that's actually better than some of their other ones. The only thing you need to know from this one is you have to go to the community and know, you have to be in the community, right? For like Limbus Company, and be aware that Yi Sang randomly talking in the first few acts is because the dialogue uses the phrase Yi Sang several times, which is a common phrase in Korean. Like, if you know that already, you have to know that's a common phrase and what it means, and now this works. I feel like that's better than having to listen to the dialogue, because there's no dialogue here. Like, can you imagine if they didn't use the common translation and went with something more obscure, or tried to fit in Yi Sang's actual name? That'd be so cringe. I'm waiting for the voice acting to be put in later so they actually say it. Yeah. I feel like this is like close to the best of both worlds. Or like this is pretty good implementation, I think. Because it'd be really hard to get that pun otherwise without changing Yi Sang's name, because Yi Sang's name is supposed to be a common saying. Which, like, you'd have to change his name to make the joke ever run. That seems alright. What do we got? Good old memes. Good old memes. Ideal. Did you call? Comedy genius. Now, instead of ideal, they could just call him Peak. And then every time it's like, damn, this decor is peak. You rang? That would work better. Something here stands out like imagine. Yeah, this works alright. This works out alright. You call? Oh, I missed that joke you sang. You could only acknowledge this joke if you're aware that it was a joke in Korean in the first place. I actually had to... One of the things I did to actually notice this joke after I learned about it is I was watching people playing through Limbus Company for the first time. Like, some of the people we rated who were doing, like, earlier chapters, I'd sit and watch the chapter to see that the dialogue was actually saying "yi sang." Sure, most people play this far into Limbus know. Oh no, I'd say you'd have to be in the community to know that one, because the joke is not obvious in English 99% of the time. My impression at least, when I was playing through the early chapters, was that Yi Sang for a depressed person just speaks up a lot. Like, that was my impression, was like, I was like, I thought this guy was depressed, but he, like, responds every, like, couple chapters. He just randomly interjects. That's what I thought. I was like, you know, he's one of those, the impression was, before I learned that, my impression was that Yi Sang was, like, one of those depressed people who just, like, always needs to get their opinion out there. Like, yeah. Like, he's one of those people who just always says, it's like, oh, you're like having a conversation and he'll just randomly butt in to make sure that he's known. And sometimes he'd be like have some insight, but it'd be cool. Yeah, this scene, good meme. That's not what I was. I'm not. Anyway, this is like making the joke. Like, this is, instead of like throwing in the sprinkling in the joke in the background, this is like hitting you over the head with the brick that is the joke. In the event you missed it previously, and it's funny because if you've found out about the joke already, them hitting you with it is so unsubtle that it's amusing, right? Like, I think that works out. It's one of those things where, like, because you're already aware of how they sprinkle it in, it's really funny when they just hit you across the face with it one time. If they do it like 5 times, it's not going to be funny. But the first time they do it, it's really funny. You're just like, oh yeah, got it. Jihoon cooking every time. Anyway, am I the only one who feels like something stands out like a sore thumb from the whole picture? Oh yeah, glad you brought it up. I didn't say it because I thought it was just me. Rhodia? So what's off about this place? Isn't it obvious? Where'd all the complimentary snacks go? What's the weird mystery table at the center of the room? Yeah. It's kind of weird though. What is the table doing there? Wait. She wanted to know where the snacks were, and he wanted to know what the mystery table. Its saturated colors are quite the pleasant sight to behold. Yeah, but everything else is super desaturated. Was it any better inside? The hell is that hideous table? Kerfuffle sparked by the particularly unsightly piece of indoor furniture calmed somewhat once everyone made it inside the building. It is kind of weird, right? So typically in reception areas, you'll have a larger table or you'll have a lot more seats. This does feel somewhat barren, like this tiny ass table. Of course, no one was able to discern the real purpose of the table yet. Hong Lu, bail us out. Every step on the floor leaves black residue on the shoes. Not only the floor, touching the walls leaves an unidentified black substance on one's fingers. Not to mention how the walls ripple in an odd fashion. What could possibly be the construction of this structure? My guess is the maintenance staff's been lacking. Maybe, but why is everything so neatly organized if that's the case? I've been into enough seedy establishments to tell when a place has gone a while without a tidy up. It appears each room is furnished with a bed. While this is far from optimal, executive manager, we may be able to rest here. Huh. I guess they really didn't have time to clean up. Yes, Shishun, the last person to walk in after taking her time to examine the area outside the lobby, stared blankly around the room with an aghast expression. I'm not even sure what to say to this ridiculous negligence. Then found her room after leaving a scathing remark. It ain't the first time we're sauntering right into some shady business, isn't it? Let's cross that bridge when we come to it, yeah? Did she already riz up Dawn? Yeah, you missed it. Sorry. It was like 1 minute before you showed up. I guess. Anyone could tell that there's something definitely wrong about that guy. Sinners. Some sinners, including Heathcliff, had already slumped to the floor, vociferously expressing their desire to rest with a collective sigh of exhaustion. So how is this going to connect to the sweepers? Are we going to be forced out by people breaking the taboo and attacking us? Or is this going to turn out to be a place that didn't pay the sweeper upkeep? Or the sweeper tax? It's pretty weird, but at least we have a roof over our heads, right? In that case, Dante, perhaps this may be a good time to announce today's close of business.
Company!
Limbus Company! I've never made this announcement outside the bus before. Oh, right, I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. Understood, thank you kindly. Starting now, you'll all be given a maximum of 12 hours to partake in sleep and rest. The duration is subject to change. Have a good night. As soon as she finished, the sinners each began to relax in their own ways, some stumbling into their rooms, others lingering to speculate over the bizarre table at the center of the room. Save for Otis, that is. Got something to say, Otis? Yes, Executive Manager. It's about our guide, Qingtao. Oh, your new best friend from earlier? Seemed you guys were getting along quite well. I don't think so. What? That's simply untrue. Did you not see the signal I gave you earlier? What signal? Oh, you mean when you nodded slightly in my direction? Yeah, she was being mega sus of him, right? Indeed, that individual has an informational advantage over us when it comes to this locale, regardless of how sound the accusations we came up with were. He would have been able to explain them away using his familiarity with the region. I thought, as the party with an informational disadvantage, it would be wise to feign camaraderie and friendship with the individual and go along with their plans while trying to dig out as much intel as possible. I thought that guy totally won you over. Executive Manager, I've been in this business for many years. How could you even imagine that be fooled by an amateur spy who's so overtly Oh, his disappointment was palpable. She stopped herself as though she remembered there were more important matters at hand. Well, it is uncertain as to how long that individual will be accompanying us. It would be reasonable to speculate that he approached the LCCB with the explicit purpose of eliminating Hong Lu Jiabaoyu. I present the fact to his pilot, that inexperienced greenhorn who somehow conveniently came across this connection as another evidence supporting the suspicion. That was my thought. Like, this guy is hella sus. And given how many people are after our heads, the first person that LCCB meets being 100% on board with this and a supporter of our company is like a little bit iffy. A little bit iffy given how many people are trying to kill us. I think that's a good argument for this guy being sus. Or at least being suspicious and having, like, a guard. Actually, that's specifically what I'd like. I think they should have someone awake all night. Or sleep in rotations. I guess does Clockhead need to sleep? I don't think we do, right? We'll stay out. I guess we're by default on watch, right? What is this? What's this? Wild Hunt Heathcliff screaming Catherine, which does that make him Kinzo but normal Heathcliff battler? Oh boy. Oh, Catherine. Kathy jump scare, yep. Oh, who just got reminded by. We have the Beatrice command, we have the Nobu command. No. Look at that. Yeah, that's nice. Kathy taking the warp train? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't take the warp train, Kathy. Gosh. Battler Heathcliff and Kinzo Heathcliff. Edgelord Kinzo Heathcliff. Alright, that's also true. Post also has information to share. Post joined the conversation after listening to us discuss for some time. A review of every known taboo has failed to identify one he called the residential non-aggression taboo that universally prohibits acts of violence within residential areas. Then that also has to be. It is too early to come to conclusions regarding that matter. It appears this area, Hong Yuan, has taboos that change depending on your location within its territory. However, considering every other circumstantial evidence, we can come to a conclusion he was most likely lying to us. This might be true. However, I would like to present you with a counterfactual. Nobody has attacked you in the last 10 minutes. Nobody chased you into the building. Once you arrived and started entering, nobody has attacked you. If no one attacks you in the first, 30 minutes, there may not be a taboo against it? Like, the taboo might exist. However, the more concerning thing is he might be lying about something. I'm thinking, I feel like we're being baited by the fact that there's sweepers here. So I'm thinking, no sweeper tax on the building. Your assessment cannot be denied. Or more actually, it may not be a residential building. Let's see. Your assessment cannot be denied. In that case, we must already be deep within the enemy's machinations. The constant stream of random assailants we faced earlier was also most likely a part of their plan. Yeah, that might be the plan. Put you here, get you killed by the sweepers? Can't convince me that Karen and Delanor wouldn't share the same brand sale when Delanor isn't going execution mode. May very well be this building itself is also a trap. That's what I'm thinking. The internal structure of the building is suspicious. Yeah, we lack the intelligence about this particular backstreets to be certain. However, we do have one minor advantage. It seems they have severely underestimated our capabilities given the low caliber of assailants they decided to send after us. One thing we can capitalize on is the mutual lack of intel. Keep our guard up, remain alert, and we should be able to navigate our way out of this trap, Executive Manager. I get it now. I'm sorry about the misunderstanding. Honestly, I don't know who or what to trust. I would appreciate if you could trust me fully next time. I'm surprised we didn't assume Otis is on our side. She seems... That's like the second time this has happened where we just assume Otis will betray us and we have to be like, oh yeah, she's not betraying us. Otis must seem much more sus to Dante than to us, than to the viewer. Even though we haven't done a background. We don't have a background arc or an individual character arc for Otis. It seems like she's way more suspicious in-universe than out of it. She bowed politely and returned to her room. Faust and I chatted more about Qingtao and his plans, but our discussion ended without bearing much fruit. I would have asked Faust if she knew anything about the weird black trails on the floor and walls. But them's the breaks. We got... Witness me! Oh, I'll witness you, alright. Let's go. I realized Hong Lu was missing as I was spending time chatting with the sinners. I didn't notice him going into his room, so I walked to the exit, about to look for Hong Lu outside, and ran into Jia, Shichun, and Wei, who decided to stay in the room close to the door. Getting late. Where are you going without a guard? Oh, I was looking for Hong Lu. Right. I can't understand what you're saying. Oh. Okay. When it comes to conversing with the sinners, I find there's two types of people. The first type says whatever's on their mind without pausing for or caring to hear my reply. Given this type of person isn't actually looking to communicate with me, that simplifies things a little on my end, but it's oddly insulting as it seems as though they don't recognize me as a human, but rather a wall or a clock on a wall. The other type of people is one that reads me so well they might as well be able to hear what I'm saying. Virgilius falls into the latter category. He recognizes the pitch of my tics and talks, reads my body language, or sometimes even claims to see my expressions like how Don Quixote does. And Jia Shichun, who saw through me with that short exchange? Oh, let's see. Looking for some early morning air? No. Does your prosthetic head even have a respiratory function? Wouldn't have guessed from the way that looks. Did not belong in either category. She can't read your mind? No, I'm looking for Hong Lu because I haven't seen him in a while. You're shaking your head, so no. Are you looking for something to eat? She's a new one. The type that tries to figure out what I'm saying without asking for help. My lady, would it not be wise to wake or find someone who may be able to translate? They would have done that themselves if it were something important. I'm curious, though. What was the hand gesture you made when I first asked? You brought your index finger up to your cheeks. Well, Hong Lu's always smiling. I thought maybe I could simulate his smile to convey I'm looking for him. Perhaps it was an effort to express cuteness or beauty. What? No, I was trying to express a smiling face. Oh no, this isn't going to be easy, is it? Hey, they're TikToking more vigorously. I think you're onto something. The conversation was starting to veer into a completely unintended territory. After a bit of trial and error. You're looking for my big brother, huh? Took some roundabout ways, but I was able to get her to understand what I was trying to say. If he's who you're looking for, it's easy. You'll find him by the lounge back there. I doubt he got far from here, if he even left. That's what you're trying so hard to communicate? Yeah, Shichun was strangely enough disappointed and dispirited by my reply. I feel like if you're someone who's mute, you should have a way to communicate with people in general. Obviously, people may not understand sign language, but come on, bro. Where is your pen and paper? Why doesn't he write or write, like, pretend to write letters in the air? Or how about just do, like, your standard charades deal? Charades, like, you could do charades. There's a few ways. I feel like as he's permanently mute, he should have a way to attempt to communicate with people other than just by making noise, which is the equivalent of stamping your feet angrily when people get it wrong. That said, conveying you're looking for a specific person by the name of Hong Lu, it's probably fairly difficult to communicate in anything other than written or spoken language, right? Like, just think, you go up to someone on the street that you don't really know. I want you to try and imagine trying to tell them you're looking for, like, you're looking for your brother or something. And, like, how are you going to communicate that without opening your mouth? A little bit hard. Or maybe not your brother, your friend named John Smith or something. Like, it'd be really hard, right? So, like, you came here with 12 other people, and you have to specify which one of the 12 you're looking for. Without speaking or writing, that's pretty hard. Asking for directions isn't so bad, right? If people don't speak language, because, like, it's pretty easy to get an idea of, like, major landmarks or, like, a place you're going to. You can just, like, point to where you want to go, or, you know, use, like, a local pamphlet or something. It's a lot harder. It's a lot harder to specify, like, names of individuals. If you can't speak at all. If you've done any traveling, you've certainly encountered people who don't speak English, right? And occasionally you do have to attempt to communicate with them where they can't understand most of what you're saying. Oh well. Alright, I did have something to tell you too, but never mind. It feels like the mood's been ruined. Let's talk about this another time. I was curious, but it would also take ages for me to ask how she's feeling, so I nodded to express my gratitude before heading to the back entrance. And found Hong Lu gazing at the hazy scene out the opaque window. What are you doing here? Oh, just people watching. There were some people stumbling through the streets outside. As I stared outside the window at the scene, Hong Lu seemed to sense what I was thinking and began. Are you worried for me, Dante? Well, it is your turn, Hong Lu. It really is. I'm back at H Corp. Everyone's talking about the family hierarch selection. But you don't have to worry about me at all. I didn't wish for anything from Limbus Company. Wait, really? I'm not like you saying. I'm not hiding my true feelings. No one gave me a wonderful promise like they would help me recover my torn, broken wings. I joined only to have some new experience, that's all. We do know something's definitely going to happen, whatever it might be. Something that'll shake you to your core. Even if you didn't wish for anything, going through something like that could... probably yes, but it's okay. I'm used to being led by the will of others anyway. No matter what happens here, I can't do this like everyone else. That's how it's always been. Whatever happens to me or to those around me, I only... A loud, boisterous bellow suddenly cut Hong Lu off before he could even finish his sentence. Boy, let go of me. Just listen to that sod talking and tell me I'm not supposed to get mad at that. Dang it, lower your voice. What are you guys doing back there? Gregor and Heathcliff, who were most likely hiding behind the entrance door, stumbled into view. I knew I shouldn't have come here with this guy. Couldn't you be patient for a few minutes before bursting out of here? How long have you two been? Listening? From the start, of course. I thought he was finally making some sense at first, but what's that? You're used to following others' will? I didn't mean to irk you, Heathcliff. I'm only telling the truth. Bloody hell, I'm about to burst a blood vessel. Oi, buggy bloke. Am I supposed to practice patience after listening to that drivel? I think I'm practicing plenty of patience despite you calling me buggy bloke out of nowhere, so yeah, you are. That's not what I... Finally. Silence. Anyway, sorry about listening in, fellas. I'll let you in on a big secret if you let this one slide, though. What's the secret? Gregor rubbed his arm awkwardly as I stared at him in silence, then pointed at a pillar in an exaggerated motion. Guess who's hiding behind the pillar, Manager Bud? With that, two familiar figures stumbled out into view from behind the pillar. How could you betray us like that, Gregor? BWAHA. Bad, weak, and highly annoying. Good night, snooze fest, she says. Did I get that wrong? I never said GNS. Where did you get an FU? Ryoshi looked at Sinclair with some interest before slicing opening the ceiling above the entrance. And with an uncharacteristically wet noise for something cutting through a wall, a black ink-like substance dripped onto the floor, followed by Rhodia and Otis crashing down after it. Oh, isn't this just a lovely comedy of errors? Where's the Faust? Faust listening in? GTFO. Didn't realize I'd garnered such an audience for my story. Executive manager, the sole reason I followed you out here was for the purpose of protection. I was concerned for your safety. I'm not like the others who have followed you merely to sate their curiosities. Me, I was just bored. Can we continue the conversation, Dante? Everyone back to your rooms now. Faust and Yi Sang know better than to be caught, right? If they're curious, they find out themselves. Level 50, the Heisho pack. Interesting. Well, half our team just got gutted. That's a little awkward. You pierce or slashing? She is all the slashing. Wait, I could have sworn we had a support that was running. Am I crazy? I thought it was Ryoshu that had the support ID. Ah, here we go. Heisho pack Ryoshu. I don't know if I have a slash ID for Merceau. Oh, I know what the slash ID for Merceau probably is. Wait, how many? I just did a bunch of rolling. Do I have enough for anybody? Hold up, I'm curious. 5 off on Heathcliff. There's a limit to support IDs shown? Yeah. I'm just thinking, we're 140 out on a new Heathcliff. And I was curious how close we were, because there is a Heathcliff we want, right? 140? It's doable. There is a Merceau that has a slash damage, to my knowledge. I don't know which event this is. Blade Lineage is all in on that slash damage. We could have some fun with BL Merceau. But I don't know how much it matters to run a updated ID. Or to run a 580 team here. I think this guy's Pierce, right? He's Sync? If he wasn't Pierce, it'd be weird. You're Slash too, right? Yep. Yep, because right now we have, let's see. We have you, and we're saying 1, 2, 3. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4 missing. I think Dawn. Okay, alright. I mean, he's technically a slash ID. The problem is he's... let's just look at that clash value and tell me what you think. We got, instead of 6... Usually, for a 000, we got a 16, around 16. He has, 10? 10. Like, we are winning clashes with that. Alright. I think we'll just try it without picking up Merceau. I mean, that still gives us a few okay. Because, let's see. Nope, not that time. There we go. This one's only level 43, a bit awkward to use, but we'll live. I'll just run DHE, the only Merceau I have that's leveled, so... I say that like I'm making a choice. Oh, well. I say it like I'm making a choice, but I don't really have it here. Yeah, we'll see how that works. It's 10 and not 6, like the 4-coin skill from Boatworks Sinclair. 6? 6? So no damage and no clash. And after that little kerfuffle, goodness, these still look like stains on the walls. Especially with the black wood. Just as everyone was scattering to their rooms, Otis suddenly began to vehemently oppose leaving me all on my own. Are you certain, manager? Seriously, don't worry about it. I usually took the night watch on the bus anyway. That's true, but we're currently in uncharted territory for our team. We don't have much experience living in a place where our safety isn't an absolute guarantee. We're literally right next door to them. It'll take less than 5 seconds for us to come over when something happens. You don't know every second matters in emergencies? Now, Babushka to camp. Let's get you out of here. An oddly familiar sequence of events and words played out. Eventually, they left my room, gently closing the door behind them. Finally, some peace and quiet. I sit on the corner of the bed, surrounded by silence, and allow my shoulders to slump for once. I think they should have actually posted one person on watch. Either in the hallway, or in the rooms themselves. I don't need sleep like the sinners do, but the fatigue doesn't go away on its own. I needed some time to relax and empty my thoughts every once in a while. While I've gotten somewhat used to the pain, it still hurts like hell when I rewind the sinner's time. And the longer this journey got, the more frequent and severe the sinner's injuries became. They did get stronger, that's for sure, but so did our enemies, which means the clock is always tuning and turning without a moment to rest. So I think of the star. Before the great gates, which I face with every revival, I witness its intricate engravings and feel its silent vibrations. Even after a whole year, I'm no closer to understanding what they were supposed to represent, but by emptying my thoughts and just taking in the sights, I find myself calming down. Also, the wind is quite cool and crisp tonight. Hey, that's weird. Wind? What's this sudden chill? Something opened the window, but there's no way this gentle breeze could have unlatched and left my window wide open like that. If it did, it would have made a pretty loud noise. Besides, this chill isn't coming from in front of me. I slowly turned to look at where the window was supposed to be, only to see a melted wall and an intruder slinking through this newfound opening. Who are you? As though driven by an unknown survival instinct, I rolled off the bed. There was already a blade right at where my neck and head met, its steel shearing cold. Just a little nudge and I'd be dead before I could even make a tick. So the suspicious material the walls are made out of, you can pass right through. I did say ask Faust about the material the walls are made of, because it's mega, and floor are made of, because it's mega sus. I remembered how Otis was to leave me alone. Worried Otis was to leave me alone. I thought she was just being paranoid. I should have trusted her judgment. Just as I was getting ready for my final struggle and my final moments filled with regret about not listening to Otis's advice. What a pathetically thin blade. Too delicate to have the clock CIH, don't you think? Ryoshu leapt down from the ceiling and deflected the assailant's dagger away from me. Ryoshu? Snuck in thinking I was about to see something interesting, but you're just some beast with steel. I looked up to see the ceiling torn open, dripping with viscous paint-like fluid, just as I saw earlier during my conversation with Hong Lu. True. What was it? Rhodia and Otis were in the ceiling, right? Which could be easily cut through with a single slash from Ryoshu's sword. Executive Manager, are you unharmed? And Otis peeking out from the gap. I, Otis, was the one who instructed Ryoshu that the ceiling had a room to hide in. Remember that. Remember that. Oh, shut up and help me. Oh, I thought this was just some beast with steel? I could have cut this beast in half, sword and all, had I not been on the bus. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by the company, equally defanged and depowered, if you will. I suddenly remembered Hohenheim's commentary back on the LCE. I had a vague notion of what he meant, but now I was really feeling it. NFW, what is happening? Just as Ryoshi was struggling to stop that one blade, the intruder pulled out another dagger with her other arm and slashed at her neck. A beast of a Heisho pack. The intruder would have cut her throat had Wei not burst through my door. Who wields you now? I don't suppose dialogue is an option. Light enters not the vast garden, yet falls a star into its fathoms still. No. The intruder reached into his clothes, muttering an odd invocation. Oh, little shit. A talisman! Wait, get it together! My lady? Just as the intruder's muttering began to grow intense, Shichun leapt into my room and struck the stranger with her fan. Are you gonna let that bastard finish that stupid spell? They almost activated the Q-Corp talisman! Apologies, my lady. It seems I still remain bound by that spell. Listen, you're no longer a Heisho. You serve me now, got that? You don't have to let those things control you anymore. Yes, my lady. Apologies. I fell limply to the bed with sudden alleviation of stress and pressure. Hey, are you? I can't understand them anyway. I managed to stop the assassin before he laid a hand on them, fortunately. Got it. I don't think there's anyone else in here. Let's switch the lights on. Click. When the lights came on, we saw this one. This one's from a Mao branch, isn't it? There was a black bamboo hat wearing assassin on the ground. The walls? The walls that appeared solid before we went to sleep were melting away as if they were a viscous liquid. Something wrong with this building. Anyway, they must have done something to the building, but how is a Heisho here? The whole operation's got to be spearheaded by someone with real power. This isn't an ambush from an overly excited family hierarch contestant. What I don't understand is why the Mao branch? There are better Heisho branches to use if all they wanted to do was cut off the clock's head. They must have had a different purpose. Correct, this one is from the Mao branch of the Heisho packs, which means more of them must have infiltrated the building. Though not at the scale of the Z branch, the Mao branch always moves in groups. Therefore, their goal must be to kill every guest staying in this Kazan, including you, milady. We've got to get moving. We can't let them surround us if we want even a chance of surviving this. Dante! Dante! Sinners burst into my room, slamming the door open again. What? Thank me later. If we don't move, our asses were as good as dead, Way. We don't have time to contact the main forces of our faction at the family mansion. You know what to do when we're at a numerical disadvantage, correct? It will be done, my lady. Yes, Shichun and Wei immediately stormed out of the room as soon as they saw the sinners enter, as though they'd been waiting in here for my protection. Don Quixote and Gregor stood red-faced and on edge. Merceau was covered in battle wounds, and Otis wore an inscrutable expression. Looks like they went after Merceau at some point. I stand before you in shame. You have to borrow the hands of another to protect the executive manager. I said one person in the room on guard would have been a good call. I should have listened to what you said. Extrapolating from the pattern by which the walls have disintegrated, it's likely they utilized the identical means of infiltration for each center. Oh right, were you attacked by bamboo-hatted assailants as well? Their ranks numbered many, Manager Esquire, yet for how many of them there were, they were unsettlingly silent. Verily, we were almost... No, almost. I saw on my way here that some of us did get killed. Failed right through the guts. What he said about how fighting indoors was a taboo? A lie. How utterly cowardly and unjust of these vile cur to strike from the shadows. Alas, now is not the moment to ruminate on their villainy. I mean, if he says, I'm bringing you to my personal hotel that I own, and then says, I'm going to be in the shack out next door, you know he doesn't think the shack is safe, right? Like, he doesn't think the room is safe. But we're all playing dumb, so... The part where they don't even set a guard means they're all just playing dumb, so I'm okay with that. Correct, besides... There's more of them waiting to sink their blades into us. Alright, time to find some rabbit people, right? Rabbit people. We got our own rabbit. We got Rabbit Ryoshu. Hopefully she can clutch this out for us. These guys are resistant to bludgeoning. Oh, Pierce was actually okay then. Huh. Cool. As is written, Blink Step is our skill one then. Alright. They got an unbreakable coin. Reuse this coin once. That's a 3-coin skill. Damn, that's gonna hurt a lot. Alright, well, we'll do our best.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
한방 제대로 먹었군.
It looks like... Oh, we got staggered already? Damn, they're not in a good spot, are we? That's a clash counter. Yep. Another clash counter. Yep. Gregor lost. We had loss, Counter-Strike, loss. Yeah, win. Damn, that's a bit unfortunate. Hopefully we win some of these. Okay. No stagger there.
좋아.
We're close though.
이번에는 제대로 들어갔다.
Looks like we got all hits there.
감각 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 독신.
So Lucius so soft. It's a peak hair day for me. Nothing goes wrong when I wake up with Lucius. What?
일이었지.
That's completely unrelated to this fight, sir. What's going on? Is that what happens when you land a hit? Okay, surely she'll land a hit at some point, right? Wake up, sleepy Ryoshu.
여기가
Nightmare Hunt.
여기가 뱃속이군.
숨통 끊기.
That's pretty good damage. I'll gut you with a curse. Alright. Looks like we're getting the stuns off now. Yep. We have like 3 stuns this turn?
쓰러졌다고 죄의 대가를 치르지
4.
않을
I was not counting.
오산이라 말해주고 싶어.
Blink steps and S1. We want to get rid of that as quickly as possible. I'm gonna have... Yeah, we're gonna hit that. How many enemies are we fighting in this wave? It looks like it's just a wave of 5. So finishing them off at our earliest convenience is like an okay plan, right? That's a staggered enemy, so we'll do his bludgeoning attack. They have damage reduction to bludgeoning.
지시를 마주하고 겸용하라. 전투 명예 따위에 기대하고 있는 건 아니겠지.
Oh, that's a bit of overkill, isn't it? These guys are retreating, not dying. Interesting.
갑니다, 난. 슬슬 지루하니까
Interesting.
빨리 끝내버리는 게 좋겠어.
As written. 34. Yeah, we'll go with big numbers first. That 2. No counter hits. Yeah, alright.
지식이도다.
Oof, the whiff. The whiff. Not dead, but not in a great spot. Wait, do I have a Rhodey or Faust equipped on this team? Or a Sinclair?
웃기는 자식들. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를
Can't
열어주겠다.
heal.
의욕이 좀 났나?
Heal sanity. Honestly, probably could have done bygone days earlier, but that's fine. 13. Give me your sanity. I will slurp your brains.
내게 바쳐주지.
It's a slash team.
저택을 안내해주지. 찔렀을
Although, yeah, the team is certainly interesting. I have like I don't have a lot of options for Merceau.
그놈의
The event ID is for Ryoshu. So I'm left with a fairly limited team. Resonance and effects? I feel like I just didn't have that many options in general. The team locks you out of most things, right? So, my synergies are fairly limited. Gregor, I have one ID. Okay, we're taking the slash Gregor. Merceau. I have one ID leveled for Merceau. Guess we're taking Merceau. Luckily for us, that's 2 pieces of a sinking team. What are we taking for Ryoshu? We're taking the event ID Ryoshu. That's Rupture, so no synergy. A little bit awkward. Then what do we take? I don't have a sinking. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 Ryoshus. None of them have synergy with any of those teammates. None of those are sinking. Right? We got Charge. I think this is one of the only... Yeah, there's Rupture on this kill, right? But other than that, no real synergy with the team. This is Burn. This is Bleed. This is Poise. And this is Tremor. And then as for not leveled, I think it's like generic synergies and Bleed. So none of the Ryoshus work with the team. Nova, there it is. Fuck it, we've all. Yeah. And then the options here are Sinclair, who is sort of Rupture, and Slash, or Lamanchaland, who is Bleed, and 100% piercing. So I was leaning towards going Slash, because my options aren't great for this. I have better people, but it's currently hitting on 2 of my least used characters. It's hitting several of my least used characters. Like, I have 3 Ryoshus, but I'm hard locked on like 3 of these, so yeah. Regrettably, that just means I need Sinking Otis. That's what we need. We need Sinking Otis. 6. So you might be thinking, you need some options for these 2. No, we need a 6th Otis, naturally. It's okay. Yeah, I have like the least level 50s are, I think, these 2. Yeah, it's like 1 and 1. Who is the next least? No, there's 2 for Heathcliff. I don't remember if I have 2 at level 50 Honglus or not, but there is someone I would level for Honglu if Honglu is available. Anyway, fun times. The door.
중지의 안가품이 그저 무력 행사뿐이라고 생각합니다. 원한을 풀 수 있다면 수단이
Yeah, I would go for a more standard layout, but this doesn't quite work. It's gonna hurt. Alright.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Won the first flash over here, but there is an unbreakable coin here. I can't tell if the evade worked or not. It looks like it failed.
우리 중지가 엄지처럼 엄격한 것도 감지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는
The
것도
wingtip? Oh, the wind up. I thought it was wingtip. A lot of skill ones going out. A little bit risky. See how it goes.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Got lost. Bummer.
잠깐만 기다려.
Well, I know she's a Rupture ID, but I thought in theory this Ryoshu was supposed to be half decent at clashing. I guess the level difference is hurting her a lot. Alas, it's not my Ryoshu, so we're shit out of luck. I think we're clashing with everything though, so almost everything, so not too bad.
겁나. 내게 맞춰주지. 여기가 흡속이군.
Gregor's not letting us down. This is the right fight, right? I hope I didn't accidentally pick like a random Keisho pack to fight again. That would be awkward. Yeah, it's 43, so we're at like -6. We're at -2, right? That's a bit rough. This enemy is at -19. In theory, we could win. In theory, we could win. Let's get gaming.
이 또한 지식이도
Nowhere space yet.
기대해라.
여기가 흡속이군.
아직 죽지 마라.
I'd like to line up Merceau and I'd like to line up the Merceau and the Gregor, but it hasn't happened yet. There's an opportunity here, but the guy's already dead, and it'll also fail again. As written. There's only 3 guys. There's only 1 wave. Do damage.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 당문 어디요? 자, 당문 어디요?
지심이지에서 도피하지 말라.
And all clean. I think we could have egoed a turn before there. It might have saved us a turn. Oh, I think we're safe for now. Something tells me they're not fighting us at full force. At least we routed them, so hopefully that means something. Where'd Don Quixote go? Hark, for I'm here! Don Quixote rushed into my room from the hallway outside. I'd gone to espy if the other sinners had suffered as we have. Verily, they were indeed targeted as well. Most defended themselves well against the curs and shall be here post-haste, yet... Not everyone survived, huh? Young Sinclair and Yusong, well, it appears they had risen in battle. They were caught unawares by our foes. 'Tis likely their demise came soon after tripping over each other's foot. How embarrassing. And young Heathcliff, isn't that fellow our resident mob fighter expert? How'd they even get him? They didn't get me, mate. I'm good as new. Heathcliff. What's got you so gobsmacked, lass? I recall a blade piercing young Heathcliff in the back of his head. Dost thou turn the clock for him already, Manager Esquire? No, not yet anyway. Blimey, so that's with this funny itch on the back of my head. Heathcliff reached up to rub the back of his head and crumpled to the floor mid-sentence. He's not breathing anymore, he's dead. How did he even manage to walk all the way over here with a hole in his head? Young Heathcliff! The other sinners are starting to gather, Manager. As pathetic as this force may be, we cannot spare any hands at the moment, Executive Manager. We must also join the others as soon as possible and assist them. There are sounds of altercations coming from the lobby. The clock turns as it always does. And sometime later. Whoa, please hold on a moment. The paint melted. Ew. I can still see some people inside the lobby, which is also in a bizarre process of melting away. Among them, I noticed Shichun clashing against a figure wearing a bamboo hat. Going on the offensive already, How come a big shot in control of a Heisho pack decided to come after small fries like us? And behind the black bamboo hat wearing assassin stood... Ah, I see you've tracked me down, so certain of your own safety. But my master has already prepared countermeasures. There should Qingtao, our supposed collaborator who led us here, and Wei, who is threatening him with a sword. Ah, so you were behind this. Ah, it's you. I sussed out you'd be planning something like this, but you lacked the patience to pull it off. Observant, I thought I'd completely won you over. You must know that at H Corp there is but one path to survival and riches. Choose a family, hire a candidate, and serve them with utter loyalty. But who in their right mind would serve young Master Baoyu? He who has grown up with no hardship, he who doesn't possess a single speck of ambition. You shut your bloody mouth, yeah? And you, rich boy, oi, you gonna sit there and let that bloke talk shit to your face? But he's right that I don't have any ambitions. You got no self-respect? What do you have anyway? Everyone shut up for a second. He's obviously taunting you. Stop indulging him. Wei, speak. I know you have no means to wield a Heisho pack. To speak, which master did you choose to serve? Who controls them? Ah, so they're curious. Stay your sword, Zilu. Another unfamiliar voice from the shadows. Young master, are you certain this is wise? Worry not, they're destined to be swept away by the morning dew anyway. The trajectory of their fate shall not alter course were they to witness me. The voice soon reveals himself from the shadows, walking into the light with a casual, assured gait. Seriously? You? Ah, I see you're... Allow me to grace you ignoramuses with my exalted name. I am Yi Hua of the Shi family. You may know me as a very prominent candidate to the throne of family hierarch. Why did we stay our blade? Yeah, we know who's trying to kill us. Don't we just kill the rest of them and move on? I feel like that's a weird choice on his part. Like, oh, now we know exactly who we're killing. Now we can kill the leader, the guy who set us up, and the guys we're fighting at the same time. That seems good. What are we facing? The mystery affiliate. The mystery affinities. Alright. Oh, do we want just like a bleed team? Oh no, we gotta run the rupture thing in the background, right? Presumably this means we can't win this fight. Hey look, a level 50 version of the Heisho pack lady. And hey, I found the bug again. You guys see that? You can hear the flickering, right? Hard to get the exact pixel right. Ah well. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this team is not complete. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That doesn't seem complete. Who do we want? Pointillist? Pointillist or Faust? I'm thinking Pointillist today. I would take Ryo. Oh, I know who we'd take instead. We'd take Ryoshu as the best choice, but alas. No Ryoshu. Yeah, I got a few Honglus ready to rock. Office rep. Office rep's fucking cool. Actually, you know what? I might take that back. Full stop office rep. It's fucking cool. That might be my favorite Honglu. Alright, we'll take ring pointillist here. Do that. Fill up the chain and use all 12. We can do that. Oh, using 11. That one drains our sanity every single turn. I freaking hate it. Alright, who are we taking first? Probably... Oh, we said we were doing that. 7.
최선을 다해볼게.
Oh.
지위를 받는 건 오랜만이네요. 말도. 이제 최선을 다해볼게. 하라고? 나? 뭐
Prominent. But of course, I claimed control of a branch of the Heisho pack. We were wasting your time out there searching for the river of immortality or whatever. I don't even know where I even start to refute your brain-dead accusation. This is way beneath me. I don't even want to address you as my senior either. So who is it? Big Brother Juan? I can't imagine he'd ever be interested in someone like you. Wait, what are you talking about? I'm asking whose teat you're sucking on to gain control of a Mao branch. Because we both know for sure there's no way in hell you have the means to control them, right? You little twerp. Are you sure you want to insult my height from where you're standing? Master Yihua? Doesn't seem like the mastermind of this operation was actually anyone important. Gotta be someone else then? Agreed. I can tell by the look of that traitor with this physiognomy of a deceiver. This is a waste of my time. Hey, Zilu, cut him down. The mission was to assassinate them. Meet them in open battle and take the lives of hierarch candidates was not what was agreed upon. Wait, they think there's a difference? What the... Yeah, they think they're just... I'd be just as surprised. I'll just shut up and do as you're told. I may fight to protect your life, yet I cannot do more. A Heisho needs no voices but that of one who holds their leash. Evidently it's not you, then. Looks like that Shi Yihua didn't even control these guys. There's an apt saying, oft invoked in my homeland, a fox may pretend to the throne, but only with the blessings of the tiger. Oh, shut up over there. Damn it, this Heisho pack is useless. Can't even get a simple job done. Master Yihua, the Heisho pack was here merely as a backup plan. Our true strategy involves... true. It's fine. I have other plans to sweep you all away. This is the second time this individual has made an odd emphasis on the variation of the word sweep. Are you saying you bribed the sweepers or something? How dare they guess that? I've only said sweep like 3 times. While the reactions may appear suspicious, the suggestion is almost an absolute impossibility. The head is at the top of the sweeper's chain of command. In other words, only the head possesses the authority to command them. Right. Yeah, of course. Moreover, they're prohibited from touching, let alone entering, any designated residential area during the night in the back streets. It's almost like this isn't a designated residential area, and this sludge is just a veneer covering the fact that this is like a warehouse or business, or like an office building or something. This is a permanent, immutable taboo of the head, one of the very first to be introduced. The effort of going through a myriad of paperwork to ensure that Mephistopheles is recognized as a residential vehicle was ultimately to capitalize on this taboo. Yes, it is exactly as you say. What a stupid question to ask, making me anxious out of nowhere. I soured the mood. Come, let us leave. I only intended to have them see my face, after all. Too bad I won't remember them in a few days once they all get swept away. Master Yihua, you'd best leave before unnecessary words are said. Any more unnecessary words are said? Faust is right. These guys are acting way too sus not to have some scheme brewing back there. So overtly suspicious, I'm starting to wonder if they're trying to use reverse psychology on us into walking right into their trap. Well, when surrounded by nothing but uncertainties, there's a solution that always works, or usually works. Faust? Faust intended to make this suggestion first, but it appears you share the same idea. Yeah, so Otis? Yes, Executive Manager? We have 12 senators Shichun and Wei on our side. I don't think the so-called Mao branch are willing to fight. Which means we have 3 enemies. Shi Yihua, our guide, and Zilu the assassin. We have the numerical advantage, do we not? You always make the most accurate read of the battlefield. What's going on over there? What's that tick-tocking noise? Our former guide seemed to have figured out what our conversation was about, as he took a few slow, careful steps away from Shi Yihua before bolting off into the distance. I've been thinking this all day, but he sure is a fast runner. Oh! What is it, Honglu? Did you remember something? I did. I had a hard time recalling this because he isn't from my family, but I remember now. Your big brother Yihua, the Shi family, right? Didn't that guy just announce himself earlier, like 2 seconds ago? Honglu, I'm gonna get that guy and beat the motives out of him. Is that gonna be okay with you? He's not from my family, but I'm sure big brother Yihua will be happy to answer your questions. Great, another thing. As your commander, I should probably say something cool to start off the battle, right? It's gonna be so cool, like something straight out of a story. Oda said something like this once. Even if one side has the absolute advantage in battle, the commander's words may be the deciding factor between who wins and loses. So I decided to borrow a few words from a book Honglu once lent me. It was the general who said it, I believe. Destroy them all. Wow, very creative. Very creative. I like the melty battlefield. Alright, crushed bloodthirst. Offense level and defense level down 25. She's level 75, so she's operating at level 50. Equal to us, presumably. 10, 10, 14, 16 with Unbreakable. Okay. And 2200 health. Okay. Bonus rupture count against people with Death Right Haste. Okay, and tons of rupture. If they have bonus rupture, huge amounts of clash power added. Coin and clash power? Yeah, clash and then coin. Okay. Unbreakable with tons of rupture. Okay, that's gonna suck. That third skill is gonna suck. Whoever gets hit by that's gonna get fucked. Alright. Oh man. That's like 10 that's like 30 rupture. That's disgusting. Alright. Guess I have an evade that's... I don't know if I should trust her evade. We'll see. Okay.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Wins. Okay. He's at 11. Still get this. 6. Oh, we have to get a stagger here.
기대된다.
1.
좋아. 이번엔 제대로 들어가.
No stagger here.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다
Alright.
기가 막힌다.
Ooh, a lot of skill 1s. That's not great. A clash counter.
감지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
Did we just not clash with the clash counter? That's an 18. Oh, these are insanely fast. Holy shit, that speed. Nobody can clash these. Yeah, if you don't clash with it, it just doesn't exist, right? That's what I was thinking. I'm like, wait, why do I care? I don't have an ego, so this seems very difficult to actually win a clash on. Do I just counter hit here? I think I counter hit here. These guys can't clash with anything, so... Yeah, the boss has 5. The boss is gonna have infinite haste for a few turns, which is a little bit annoying. Not much to be done about that. Other than try to win, I guess. Minus 16. Not bad. Oh, you rolled max. Oh, no! Damn. 2 sanity. Yeah, could have been worse, I suppose. This should aim directly at... oh, okay. Wait, we have Death Right, don't we? Aren't we like supposed to be ludicrously fast with Death Right? Nope, doesn't work that way. Alright. Oh, it's called Strider, my bad. Alright. Okay, well. Big hit. Anyone going after this? One attack here. No, know that nobody has the space to interact with him, so you're just rolling coins. That's a 20. These guys can't do anything to that, so we just swing and hope things work out. So she's gotta go this way. This is gonna hurt like crazy though. Can I still can't ego. We have no access to our ego yet. We're almost certainly losing this counter. He's at 2 sanity, we're at 10, yeah. Alright. Go suck. Unless he's staggered, which he might get staggered. Alright. I guess we'll start building bleed stacks on him. Yep, I think we just start stacking that bleed on him. Kinda wish I had This is Inflict stowing at 10 stacks. We're at 0 stacks. He's at 0 Blood Tinge Scissor Blades, so we're not getting any bleed off that. Unfortunate. This gives 2 bleed count and then immediately triggers it 3 times. I'm gonna try not to do that, so we'll do Sharpened Blade here. This actually does inflict, I think this inflicts bleed count. Hold up, isn't it like +1? Let me double check. He only has 3 debuffs. Will he have Rupture at the end of this? Not at that point. He'll have Slash Fragility though. Yeah, we'll hit him with this. Does not actually raid bleed, just noticed that. A strange tune crashes through the sound of this fierce battle. Is this electronic dance music? Something about it sounds familiar? Finally. Thanks to the merry chase you've led me on, I've slid ever so slightly further into the world of the Brisley. Let's see, Title 2, Section 11. Row C, the punishment for those who dare flee from the middle's retribution begins by tearing their legs apart from the groin. I'll make you suffer for all my time you've wasted. The fuck is that blighter doing here? The hell's wrong with you? You've been stalking us all along? This one is chasing after a thief conflated with stalking. I'll have you know I'm still banished from the world of the luscious thanks to you who dared pinch my hair coupons. The hell? Where did they come from? You guys are just pissing people off left and right, aren't you? The glasses emo. Dealer, take him out. What an utterly insular fool. What did you say? Do you not know that man? What's the middle doing here? Ricardo, a big brother of the middle? The man who slaughtered the sinners like they were nothing? The man who almost forced me to self-destruct? Ghost, don't tell me I have to get ready for that again. No, not yet. According to the evaluation data at the LCE, the sinners' powers have grown since their time at the Great Lake. Our chance of victory against this individual has risen to a meaningful degree to forfeit the battle before it begins. By how much? We have to put our faith in uncertainties. Alrighty then, enough with the background noise. I don't know what your business is with these thieves, but I've personally traveled all the way to the eastern part of the city because I simply must exact my vengeance against him with my 2 hands. My own 2 hands. I could have simply informed my brothers in the east and let them handle this, but it wouldn't do. I was determined to see this through to the end myself, even if it meant asking a great brother of the east for a favor. So you there, Half Pint and his cute mini entourage, get the hell out of my sight. The Middle's Book of Vengeance comes first. Half Pint, keep babbling that fat lip of yours, minion of the fingers. You don't scare me at all with your cheap hairdo and that garish as hell botched dye job. You're an H-Corp turf now. Wow. Bloody hell, mate, that's messed up. He's so absorbed in his own foolishness, he's walking into his own demise. Unexpectedly, Ricardo's face wasn't contorted with wrath even after enduring that barrage of insults. Instead, he looked surprised. A moment of silence followed, during which he seemed to be absorbed in thought. Impressive. You just set a new record. You're the current record holder for how fast can I get written up in Ricardo's Book of Vengeance challenge. Boy, you did it in 15 seconds. Then with trembling hands, you reached down to grab his Book of Vengeance, opened it, and began to write something down on the paper, slowly and deliberately, as though to make each stroke of the pen count. Unfortunately, your audacity is terminal. I will rip your jaws apart myself as punishment. Boys, make sure this little band of thieves don't get away while I deal with this pipsqueak. Wait, the hell is this asshole talking about? Zelu? Actually, I don't care. Stop me if you can. Effective immediately, the punishment for all involved parties and bystanders at the site of your crime shall be complete and total extermination. I think we can slip away unnoticed in this mess. Oh, I don't think we got a chance here. Ricardo practically rocketed towards where Zelu and Shi Yihua were standing in a burst of speed. But his henchmen had already begun to slowly surround us as he ordered. Ready your weapons, everyone. Payback for what happened at the Great Lake. Let's do this. I've got to score to settle with that son of a bitch. Alright, wave 2. It's these assholes again. And we gotta fight Ricky at the end? Okay. Our sanity is a tad low for this fight, but we'll do our best. I'm a little bit sad because I started stacking bleeds so well, and this is what we get. I stacked bleeds so well, guys. Why did it come to this? These guys don't have good numbers, though. Oh, they're still the level 40 from the lake. Interesting. They're keeping their level 40s like they're actually from the lake. Interesting. So I assume this is intended. This is just a copy paste of the fight then, right? Yeah. Well, we're doing skill 1s. I'm doing all my skill 1s, trying to clash for sanity. We have such a huge advantage that the only thing we really need is consistency. Oof. We just made Limbus company pop off. They usually do the 1 to 2 people stream at best 3. When new content got released, now it's like 3 months. Yeah, that's how peak the intervallo is. I actually feel like the numbers have been going up overall. Okay, these guys are clashing with numbers I actually have to run something on. Oh, right, he's paralyzed. They crippled him. They kneecapped my boy. They kneecapped my boy. Look what they've done to him. $42 versus 29. Give me my sanity, baby. He had a 13 base on that. Oh, the whiff. Ricardo is actually supporting our ass kicking of his goons. Alright. No Faust in the front line. This could be awkward. Let's see. That is a lot of damage we need to do. I mean, these guys are gonna get countered. Hold up. Are you at plus? You're at 5, right? There won't be any hard blood on you, so this guy's gonna get back up. Just noting that, so I know who to smack. I don't have a choice. We're spreading the love. Trying to minimize damage without being insane about it. Oh, so close to staggering him. Ouch, that was like 50. Yikes. Ricky is who Jared Leto's Joker wishes he could be. Is he that good? Ouch. One goon down. Okay, did we actually get sanity from that kill? We did not. I have no Gregor for sanity support. This is gonna be a bit awkward. Who needs this clash? I think you need this clash the most. I actually thought she'd get a kill though. It's a little bit annoying. You're just gonna chill out, offset this or something. Lack of blunt's a little scary. I didn't know what resistances I needed. I was just going based on what I knew. You're right, the lack of blunt is concerning. I didn't even bring Enclair. I should have brought Enclair to this fight, but I thought that would be silly because we don't need no Enclairs. There was an explosive note. I was like, Enclair's not a real bleed character. I don't need Enclair. I think I'm regretting that now. We didn't bring Enclair, did we? There was an explosive noise from a distance, and a moment later, Ricardo landed before us with a boom. I heard the Heisho of the East were a tough bunch, but that lady was something else. Why'd a woman like that suddenly split from a fight? Not my problem, I guess. Ah, she's getting written in the book, too. Time to take care of what I really came here for. Get ready for a beatdown, coupon thieves.
72조 사망 비행 사야. 이 확인된 강화 시술로 중지를 위해
Ricardo and two friends?
까지 참아줘야 할 거다.
Ricardo and two friends. He brought reinforcements this time, and he's got starting sanity. Alright. He's too fast to collide with. Okay. 25 baseline attack. Yikes. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, we have to assign all 6 attacks to people. Okay. None of my blunt is landing on the guy who needs to be hit by the blunt attacks. I don't see how this is going to succeed. This looks like an instant lose from my perspective. We'll see if something good happens, but it looks like a loss. Yeah, he's still positive on sanity. Oh, he actually didn't get staggered. That's unexpected. Alright. That guy's not staggered. I have bygone days. But I can't afford to spend egos for fun. Like, I don't have the energy for that. Bygone days is the weird onion shaped thing, right? Yeah, I got bygone days. Aw, cause it's a Zayin, you get to keep it by equipping it? Okay. Attack hour up +1, we failed on that. Alright.
아직도 별의별 걸 다 보게 되는.
Can someone eat this? 25. Someone eat this? Explosive blast. Okay. Honglu still swinging in with slash. This is a good turn for damage. I kind of want to kill this guy, but I don't have cleave. That's annoying. How close is he to being staggered? 200. 100. 26. Yeah, sadly, Solemn is fatal to blunt. Yeah, not much I can do with that. I'm thinking I kill the little brother Werner so I don't have to deal with the attacks from him. I don't know if that's insane though. We'll see that. Just kill him so you never have to deal with him. I do want to clash with his ego. Pushing Crow View for Bygone might be good. Yeah, we can't afford to actually use Crow View against this guy very often, so that might be alright. If we had a bit more resources and could spam Crow View to keep his haste up, that would be good, though. That'd be really nice. Okay, only one guy we have to deal with. I'll do that over here, that over here. This guy's initiative 2. Oh, sorry, top one. That's also blunt. That's anti-stagger. Oh god, I want to do this here. I think the right choice is to stab this guy though. Stab this guy. And make sure he's not. Yeah, stab this guy. Make sure he's not doing anything crazy. This is anti-staggered, so it should be good on hitting him. Yeah. 100? It's alright. Another 100 and a 50. Oh, instant stagger. Really? Really? An instant stagger from full health. I fucking hate these unavoidable attacks. So lame. Alright. 33. Alright, we're at the same spot we were last time, right? We need to do 600 damage this turn? We need 600 damage this turn. I don't even know how we'd ever succeed on that. Yisang's automatically going to get killed no matter what. Right? Boss is at initiative 4. Nobody can do 600. We don't even have a team that does 100 per target, per hit, right? This does 50. This does maybe 50. Is there an attack that we can clash with Merceau? No, Merceau can't clash. I guess we Duarte? Does this directly slow him down? Inflict attack power down next turn. Oh, it's irrelevant. Never mind. I thought we could reduce his attack power by hitting him with the ego, but no. We could try regret anyway to try and slow him down. Or try and raise his stagger threshold. I guess we just ignore this guy since no matter what happens, we'll lose. I don't think Dimension Shredder hits that hard. It's like 20. 12. 15, but gives protection. The -2 power is probably the most useful thing here. I think her best move is to swing out. Oh, if we use this, we can't use that ego. Oh, that's not great. Unfortunate. We can't use... If we use attack power down, we can't use, Wrath. I guess we can use Chains of Others to try and reduce his attack power to something manageable next turn. It's 36 as opposed to 37. I mean, that seems okay. We might win that clash too. Hong Lu not doing much of anything. But fuck it, he doesn't have a good card under here, so why not? Actually, we can block. Funnily enough, Hong Lu can actually hit this guy, hit both of these guys, which is good for us. Yisang is expecting to die here, by the way. That's the Yisang suicide move. No Solemn Lament. 12, 5. What is Solemn Lament missing here? Lust. We won't be getting a Lust. I mean, I guess Solemn Lament hits people way harder. We can aim that way. And then just YOLO these away. That's fine. Alright. So, 2 of his attacks are clashed. The one that's unclashable isn't. And we'll just see how much damage we do. I do not think this does enough damage to kill him. It might reduce his attack power a little bit so we don't die. But that's about it. Yeah. Doing double digits when every person needs to be doing 3 is a little bit annoying. He's dead. Names of Others. 8. Wow, that was impressive. Oh, whiffed on the Solemn. That's unfortunate. We can succeed on the other ones, right? think we staggered the goon, didn't do much to anyone else. Two attack power down might be something, we'll see. 150. Two people got staggered off that. Two staggers, you gotta be kidding me. Alright. Two staggers. It did not feel very successful. Alright. Is Rhodia dead? Oh, Rhodia's dead from the payback. So is Ishmael, damn. Yeah, we just have to not attack if that's that. I guess we swing in anyway, don't care. Does Merceau Chains of Others again? Keep his attack power down? No, I think we Scorch Knowledge to try and maximize damage.
깨달았나?
128, not bad. She just barely made it through that. The shield got us there. 1100. He's down to 200 left.
저건 또 뭐야? 못 보던 기술이네.
He's got 200 left for his next stagger.
아직도 별의별 걸 다 보게 되네.
140 to be exact. Okay, about one. Yeah, you said 130, 140, pretty close. To be honest. He's faster than me. And he has sanity. That's not great. His type, yeah, good enough. I can't clash with that. It's initiative higher than me. That's annoying. Let's see. Don't clash with the faster folks. I was just gonna throw out big chains and try to slow him down. Target the shield or the counter. This can't fail, so that's probably okay. This actually does 30 versus 42, so we'll do that. That's not good. He has an attack that's faster than me and is headed towards me. I can't block that. This one's fine. I don't care about this one so much. I do care about this attack, because I won't get an attack. He goes first. Can I Chains of Others? His, That's RNG. Alright, well, we're gonna RNG that, and hope it works out. We're specifically intercepting that attack, so Rhodia can attack. If it wasn't Rhodia, I wouldn't give two shits.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지.
종원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳
Yeah, win or lose here. Yeah.
모든 것을
That's why I'm not blocking the hit going to Ishmael. That does about 35 to him? I don't think that's enough. He's dead. He kills Merceau. He beat Merceau. Okay, that sucks. Got him. Stagger? He's still taking hits. Yeah, not staggered at least. And the fight ends. Wait. A shout cuts across the battlefield just as the sudden appearance of Ricardo is making things incredibly more difficult for us. Oh, he's not dead! Didn't that guy split? What's he doing here laughing his ass off? He finally lost the plot. Failed plan after failed plan takes a toll, I suppose. Well, maybe that was too much. But how could I not laugh right when after all that, everything comes together perfectly according to plan? You beat the goat a second time. You hear this too, don't you? The sound of the city. The sound of the backstreet. You hear the sound of crashing waves? Waves? When the sound of battle came to a stop, Chi Yuha's sudden shout, we all began to notice the low, crawling sound of omen that had been swirling under the commotion. Something's melting, regurgitating, or perhaps boiling over. If not, it's seeping, siphoning, a trace that was at once living and dead, crashing and breaking, devoid of any recognizable stops, the lines between where it begins and blurred, yes. Begins and end blurred, yes, like waves. Current time is 03:21 hours, it's too late. Night in the back streets? We've never been outside the bus at this hour, have we? Past 4 in the morning, when we briefly set foot in the outskirts, so no, we have. This would be our second time. So it must be noted the time of day was not a matter of concern then, as we were in the outskirts. Huh, they're finally getting all swept away like trash. How I've waited for this moment. What's he on about? You can't possibly be thinking the sweepers will somehow break the taboo to help you? Oh, missing the point, botch purple dye job. Zilu, let's leave to the promised location. Did he actually scamper all the way here just to gloat at us and then run? Yes, yes he did. Indeed. Exotic title artist hungry one out? That's funny, that's funny. The classic put. I wonder what happens when I receive it. That's actually my my bits notification right now. The funny stuff. Indeed, She-Hulk gloated us with a confident boast, as though he was finally ready to face us, only to turn tail again with an unmistakable look of relief. I don't get it. Does he actually believe the sweepers will help him? Boast. Indeed, sweepers do not invade residential areas, however. What if what we're standing in isn't actually a residential area? What are you on about? Look at this place. It's got walls, beds, bedding, and I guess the walls felt weirdly mushy and melty? It wasn't just Rhodey who realized what was going on. The other sinners all began to look around in confusion as well. The walls of the Kazan had all but melted away, leaving nothing behind, as though the place we slept the night in was but a house and a painting. Our realization came too late, as the wave-like noise from earlier had already approached right up to where we were. And unlike other times when they simply would part around the bus, they were cutting straight into the remnants of our lodging. 33333333333 4 512 4111 555 23222 00 and some numbers. It's going on. Why? This is ridiculous. Sweepers, how dare they break the taboo so brazenly? Looks like I'll be facing the waves tonight. Why do you sound excited about something? We've got it. Let's make some things clear. It's clear that if we do nothing but stand around, they'll sweep us all away. Vomiting out their numbers. Damn it, we gotta make our stand here. Alright, sweepers it is. I like the melty building. Yeah, I feel like that was my suspicion when the walls were all the walls and floor they commented on. I'm like, dude, these walls are not stable. They're gonna melt or some shit. And look what they did. Melt. It's cool with fair warning sometimes. They're just unavoidable via stuff. It's sweepers? Do they have their like random extra damage? Alright. Fierce gluttony. Do I want to run sinking against sweepers? I don't actually know if sweepers have sanity. Literally library sweepers, so insanely long fight. Okay. Insanely long fight with the RNG extra damage. That's annoying. With persist, yeah. I'm gonna change to I'm gonna change to a Faust team. I'll change to a Faust-based team and try to get going with yeah. Might be going bleed again then? We do bleed featuring Faust? That might be the right call. We don't have any weird tremor gifts, so that's not amazing. Isn't that a bad choice? Blood Fiend team? Yeah. Well, the sweepers, as I recall, heal on hit. And I don't know how that's going to translate in this game, but they heal on hit, and they had extra attacks, so they could always hit. So they probably have unbreakable coins and heal on hit, making the fight really long. They might also get the passive healing on death. I'm deciding between Rhodia and Ryoshu. I'm thinking the default deployment.
해골바가지랑 거미 대가리. 자, 준비되었.
드디어 내 차례냐?
There's no green in that.
나를 불렀나? 나를 불렀나? 나를 불렀나?
I don't feel like there's enough light blue in here, but I also don't know if I'd change it. Red, blue, orange. What you for you?
소재가 준비됐어. 소재가 준비됐어.
The constant reheal is good because except Otis because you know she's bad. Well, I want Otis for the green. She's not necessarily there because Otis is extra good. Although I guess we could run like we could run Merceau instead here because he gives health, right? On greens. I'm looking for green specifically, and I don't have a lot of green sources. Right? That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, who gives me green? None of these are green. Muller isn't green. Pequod Captain isn't green. So, it's either Otis. It's either Otis, who has some amount of sustain at least. Or Noah. Or like Sinclair, who isn't bleed. I'm leaning that way. We can take some other people.
일인가요? 지휘. 최선을 다해볼게.
Naturally can't run Edgar family here because he drains sanity. Unless you're running a full-on Gloom team. I think we're running everything. Let's go.
하라고? 나? 뭐 최선은 다해보겠다만.
Here we go. First sweepers fight. First sweepers fight of the new game. That is a lot of sweepers. Oh, they got the background has like the middle fighting them as well. A peak hair day. Sweepers don't have any visible hair. Isn't that cool? Yeah, the battlefield's really freaking cool. I gotta step out for 1 second. Alright. This track is a banger. Nice action track. Oh, look who we got here. Shichun's right there. Helping us out. Ricardo's fighting them off over there. Half their coins are unbreakable as expected. Guaranteed 3 bleed count. Rip. Okay. I think he's saying better off. Way. Alright. We'll start with this. Get that lust resonance going. We won't lose Unleash Violence, surely. Oh, we should check for Valerie and Anton. It was Valerie and Anton. Was there a third name? I don't remember if there was a third name. Valerie and Anton were the named sweepers, right? She shouldn't lost her thing. I saw her get her knocked on her ass. Oh, it might have just been the uncounterable hits. Nope, she got hit. I didn't actually check her health. Yeah, she got hit. But I don't know if it's the unblockables. Or not. I shall impale. I guess we'll just go for the big hits. He's got an unbreakable, so... Doesn't quite matter what we do, we're getting hit. just go for the sanity. I didn't read their passive, so I don't know if they heal. Sanity. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, that's not good. 100? 150? Oh, that's... Okay. Well, Faust is... Our healer is unconscious and lost. Oh, a second one. That's not good. Alright. So they do one-tap people, and the attack is RNG, additional attacks. That sucks. Yeah. She's double staggered. We haven't killed any of them yet. Ryu's coin on heads indefinitely. Yeah. Oh, that's not good. Or the family gets nerfed from having 2 attacks to only providing protection. Feels bad, man. Well, if we can't block every single attack, oh. I think we just lost. She's getting killed, right? Hey, the back streets, blue. She's got Endure blue. Yeah, we in a bit of a bad spot now. Damn. Evade. Oh, that gets even higher values if you go on evade. Holy shit. It has bonus power against defense, I guess. Crimson Spring? That's not my move. Damn, single digits. Failed to evade. Oh yeah, I did also notice that that guy healed like a shit ton. Alright. The blue didn't go off. I guess Gia ate it. Let's see. The 19 against that. This against 15. What did you say the empowered shield did? Shimmering Blood Fiend. I don't know what Shimmering Blood Fiend does. Let's see. Someone commented did something. All bleed damage taken by the shield is converted to Blood Feast. Gain shield HP equal to the stack at the moment of expiration. Huh. So we could power counter with Shimmering Blood Fiend instead of doing the cleave. I was thinking the cleave would be really good, and just to hit like 4 of them at once with a ton of piercing damage. We could try the clash though. That depends. Does Faust have not enough light blue? I'm not Faust is going to lose these, so I think we use the shield, I guess. Like, I don't see Faust succeeding in these, and she can't even use her ego yet. So, I feel like Faust just dies if I don't. Like, we can... Yeah, I don't see Faust succeeding here. This isn't great. Alright, we'll see. Killed him? Or is he just staggered? Who got insta-staggered? I think that was... Oh. I'm not sure who got insta-staggered. I think that was Ishmael. We'll see. It's hard to see the actual conflicts. The low res guys in the foreground are a little more obvious when you're clashing. I don't hate the battlefield when you see it normally, but it is a little more obvious when you're clashing with foreground enemies. Oh, she won the first clash. That was unexpected. I wasn't expecting that at all. Like, oh, right, they have the guts. That's why none of them have died. They have guts, don't they? They have the passive guts, don't they? Oh, let's go check that. %5 is not 60 health. I think they have guts. Yeah. They got their persist mechanic. I don't see which one it is, so maybe they've all died so far. Oh, that guy hasn't died. He's at 111. Oh, we still have enough hard blood. Damn, alright. Well, I ain't gonna say no to spending some hard blood. She'll get stronger the more blood feast you have. Yeah. Oh, my goal is next is gonna be to heal. Dominating my ass. How much sanity does this guy have? 36 sanity, and you're confident you're gonna win. What is the thought? What? How are you winning that? How do you think you're winning that, Yisang? Alright. Accept the L. Accept the L's. Alright. I'm gonna heal this turn, so that's why I'm doing the AoE because I'm healing this turn. Orange skill, not defensive. He only sees the ideal results. He's like, yeah, my opponent will whiff and will kill him. Easy. That guy's got 4 health. I don't think he has the guts with my kill. Or sorry, persist. Or... No, I don't like saying persist because persist is actually a rule in Magic that says you come back onto the field with a -1/-1 counter on you after you die. It specifically means you come back weaker than before. That's what I'm going with. Oh, this before the ego? It is what it is. This battlefield's fucking sick though. The idea. Love the idea. Alright. That was a heal for 2 people and a sanity restoration. Yo, what's happening? What's happening? Red mist just flies up everywhere? Wave 2. Wait, are we actually intended to just survive the fight and not actually kill these guys? Oh. Alright. Fate used to be believable. There's so many red cards coming out, my goodness. Alright. I want to magic bullet. I want to believe, but it's a terrible idea. I want to magic bullet so badly and just get some juicy magic bullet hits. That would be so fun. Alas. Making bad decisions is not the right call. It is called persistence in this game. I didn't notice that. The attack is called persistence for 4 turns. Alright, so I guess when you call it persist, you're objectively correct. I don't like this, but you are correct. It's like, I don't like this, but he's right. And if I try to kill this guy, he's not gonna die. But on the other hand, it might be really satisfying to swing out at him. I think we're not gonna get much of a choice in a second. Man, Faust really getting a rough hand. Oh, okay. Faust does not see the ideal results, unfortunately. There's a 20% chance he'll just die. Yeah, the 1 in 5. Oh goodness. You believe? Right. Let's believe together. We're all gonna die. Let's believe in our poor decision-making skills.
40. 먹지.
The evade actually went through this time.
엎드리도록. 여행은
I should have believed in Magic Bullet. Oh, a stagger. That's convenient. A stagger without kill. That's really handy here. Oh, it's doing this one first. Alright. I was kind of hoping it would go last.
해골바가지 거미 대가리.
He guts through it. Oh, it doesn't even stagger when they get guts either. That's or when they persistence through it. That's unfortunate. Lost. Rip. Is she dead? No, we're good. Yeah, yeah, go, go. I can cheer for the NPC, right? Yeah. Yeah, she's doing great. She's not dead this time, right? That's an improvement. Only 3 in 1. Hey, the back streets. How many stacks are we at? 23 blood? Hey, I like how Ricardo is, I like how I have the Ricardo announcer, so it sounds like he's congratulating us on the successes. Like, yeah, keep up the work. And you're like, is he canonically doing that? I don't think so, but it's still fun. Alright, Faust just gonna hammer away at people? Probably. Or do we metallic ringing immediately? It only gives +1 weight, right? Oh, we're getting an L here. We're getting served a big fat L. We're at 3 gloom. Purple. Nah, it's probably not a good idea to spend all of that resource. As much as I like Faust. What is Rhodia up to? Did we bring Rhodia? We did not, right? We decided against bringing Rhodia. Oops. I was gonna say, where's our backup healer? I'll bring the backup healer instead. She'll be great. Yeah, let's not lose Night in the Back Streets. I'm trying to remember what this attack. Oh, it's rough match. Okay, that's fine.
탈출개체 확인.
He has persistence, 3 stacks. He's not dying. Ideally, we just stagger. I don't know if persistence triggers on stagger. That would be interesting if persistence triggered on stagger, so that would be useful. Another stagger. Ooh, whiffed on that roll. Whiffed! Oh, 2 whiffs! You're better than this, Ryoshu. Yeah, see? Easy. That guy's dying to bleed. Oh, he's got persistence, never mind. She rolled the heads? Oh, man.
탈출개체가 전무되었습니다.
Uh-oh. Okay, we finally won. That was a lot of clashes. Oh my goodness. Oh, stitching. That's cute. Alas, we're not using a green card, so stitching is irrelevant here. 2 down. Oh, Jiashichun following up. Okay, they got friends. 9 more.
벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지
Alright.
녀석들도 처형한다.
It's getting a bit rough. Okay, yeah, we are skill bustering here. We do get an unopposed hit for free. I'm leaning on the free damage. No, we shouldn't do free damage there. Alright. Okay, we're gonna metallic ringing both of these. I need to stop taking L's on her. I'm tempted to ego, but I'll do it. Tempted to ego, aka I'm gonna ego. That's not a clash counter for 18. That's not as good. You guys got 30 sanity. Odds are we lose. A little bit annoying. My ego resource is pretty limited though, so I don't think I should make like dumb decisions like that. Definitely gonna do light blue if possible. We want to get as much as we can on light blue. Since light blue and purple are two of our main colors. Dagger, nice. Killed him. No guts for you. I did this first, alright. The finale skill. Were we talking about Rhodia's finale skill? The vampire Rhodia? Yeah, that's a really cool skill. When it actually goes off, it takes her so long. If you run an all Blood Fiend team, she's like the worst at getting her freaking final skill off. It's so slow. Like 10 turns to get it off. I even run her in like primary slot just to see if I can get it off faster. It's so bad. Oh my goodness. I mean, I don't hate Vampire Rhodia. I just think getting her ultimate skills in powered version is like super hard for some reason. Like it's way harder than the other guys. Also, I just noticed this is a Pierce fight and we're running like 4 Flash people. Do you think it would have been better to run Ishmael? Ishmael might have been a better choice than Kurokuma. Now that I think about it. I know Kurokuma's like higher power than Ishmael and has less sanity problems, but it might actually have been a wrong choice. Yeah, the defense she gets from the passive is so good. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not saying like she's not good. She's great. Oh, that's Chichun. Great. Yeah, I'm not gonna suggest she's bad. It's more that I think she like whiffs on that all the time. Or like I think she just can't get her ultimate off quickly, so like the potential for her AoE is ass. Like, oh yeah, she's a great character, but like her AoE never goes off because you always whiff it. Oh, I guess we're even on that. That's fine. Like there's lots of potential, she's just not gonna succeed when you really need it. Let's do this. Have we got lots of lust? Yeah, give me the light blue. Give me the light blue train, baby. Get a ton in this fight. Oh yeah, the enemies are bleeding too, right? Might be a little bit easier. Yeah, like even if you're farming vampires, because my Pierce team for farming the XP node actually involves, it's like my vampire team, right? Mine is Otis. I don't use Otis on the Pierce vampire team. Which is why I think it's funny I'm running Otis here for sustain, not for interesting. How much does this consume? Oh, these both consume tons of hard blood. I feel like power countering this is like the right choice. Reaper's running at 144 E is funny. Yeah, isn't it funny? They have like, they're like super low res. It feels like they should be higher res, but they are not. So when you look at them up close, they look so silly. Alright. Blame Usad. Yeah. Usad and who else has the D-res? Malka? No, Hod. You saw it in Hod teaming up to make my vision blurry. Yeah, we'll trigger at least one, pointless. That seems fair. That counter's not bad. He got his Gets trigger. He got his Persistence trigger to go off. There. I like that a vast majority of the sweepers ignore you because they have all the backstreets clean. They're like, yeah, we got better shit to do. To be fair, you're presumably we're going to survive this, making us not the easiest prey in existence. Like, I would assume the sweepers aren't suicidal. If they perceive that you will absolutely shred them all night, I think they'd stop. I think they'd almost ignore you if they came to that conclusion. Now, they don't usually, so that's probably not going to happen, but still. Wave 3. Ricardo fight before this gave me so much trouble until I saw to bleed, then he becomes a joke. He was easy for you on bleed. I ran bleed the first... what did I run? I ran bleed the first time, didn't I? And he destroyed me. It's just thinking. Wave 2 complete, wave 3 incoming. The battle was long and grueling. Even Ricardo and his henchmen appeared visibly exhausted after the second wave. You messed up. We never should have put you through this trouble in the first place. Don't worry about it, kid. You've taken a brother who came all the way from the south and guided him safely through the labyrinth that is H-Corp. I'd say you've done more than enough. No one could have expected we'd be fighting the sweepers of all things. We were able to withstand the sweepers, enemies that could give the middle trouble. Practice makes perfect and perfection makes an expert, huh? Well, I guess Honglu wasn't too far off the mark. He would have been swept away long ago, swept away by the Horde if we were still new at this. Ishmael, who has taken this brief downtime to check the sharpness of our harpoon, was right. We'd been through something like this before, fighting an endless horde of enemies, long battles of attrition. It wasn't new. Even grade 1s have trouble against sweeper waves in canon, says Limbus Lock. Do you mean grade 1 by themselves, or like a dozen grade 1s? Like, if you brought the Lose grade 1 association, the entirety of it, would they be like, okay, one grade 1 is trouble, but like if you have a squad, you're probably better off. Because remember, this is we're running canonically. This is 12 of us at minimum, plus Wei, plus Jichun. So there's like 14 competent-ish fighters, plus how many ever goons the middle brought, which we've at least seen is Ricardo and 6 friends, at minimum. Grade 1, if you had a dozen grade 1s, everyone's getting cooked. Yeah. Yeah, so we may not be all grade 1s, but like we got a few people here. There's like 20 plus people here. Ricardo and the brother from the south probably did a lot of the heavy lifting. Yeah, probably. That very experience was definitely an edge we had against these enemies. Yeah, even in grade 1s, majority. Yeah. They gotta sleep all that. Of course. Can we even handle the third wave at this rate? There was no choice but to withstand it. Nothing was certain yet. We still had the third wave to survive. I'll carry out your sentences as soon as we survive the third wave. Oh, even when we're basically all in the same boat, this guy can't help but have it out for us, huh? Why would I ever... Ugh. The third wave begins, and with it the buildings suddenly begin to shift violently. Wait, what's going on? The buildings are shifting? What's happening? I remember asking all you guys to read the damn pamphlets. Buildings inside H-Corp shift every once in a while. I don't know. I didn't know it would be like this, but still. Fortunately, it doesn't seem that the building we're in is shifting by much, Executive Manager. As soon as Otis finished, an errant building suddenly jutted violently from the ground, rising in a diagonal burst and struck Ricardo square in the chest, blasting him off into the skyline? What? What? Oh, you can see the sweepers in the air. What the heck? Team middle blasting off again. What the most random Deus Ex Machina to save you from Ricardo. in the middle. An errant building jutted from the ground, striking him in the chest. What? Damn you! I mark my words, this is going in the books! Ricardo wasn't the only one that got practically punched by a building. Big brother, no! The henchmen of the middle who'd formed a defensive square to withstand the waves were blasting off in all directions. Or maybe they were falling? I'm not sure anymore. Team Rocket, let's go. What's happening? The movement of the buildings significantly reduced the enemy population in this area, Dante. This is an opportunity. Now with those irritating bastards off our backs. Oh, I think this is more doable now. I can feel the spirit rising among the sinners. Let's do this. We've done this kind of fight 1,000 times. All right. No more middle in the background? Yeah, they're gone. So silly. But Ricardo will still encourage me from beyond the grave. Okay. Let's see. I'll make you a new dress. Swing that. Okay. Yep, purple. Pink over for that less res. Some of them have new status effects. Are these not regular sweepers? I see Paralyze and Bleed. Extra Bleed from Night in the Backstreets. I don't see a new move, but I'll assume that's true. Maybe the Paralyze is new? Is the Paralysis guaranteed? No. Might be on some of their new cards. Let's see. None of these right now. We have to fight 12, so it's probably the last, somewhere in the last 6. Stagger, first hit. Nice. Stagger for us, that is. Oh, he got us. Oh, no way. We're losing both? Oh, Dawn's down. Wow, she lost both of those and hard. That's rough. He guts. I don't think he's dead though. That's unfortunate. Don Quixote got staggered by rolling incredibly poorly. That's unfortunate. Still, if we can make it through this, that wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, we'll change to the AoE mode. That seems good. In fact, yeah, let's just AoE a whole bunch. Did any of the new guys come up? I don't see any of the new types. No, I see the normal list, it looks like. Go. One down. Make you a new dress. We're at 20 stacks, 25 stacks. This should be enough to AoE. They gain persistence. They already did have persistence. It's an activatable skill, same as it is in Ruina. They don't necessarily always have persistence. They have to use the skill that gives them persistence. It gives them 4 stacks, presumably lasting 4 turns. It's, I think, is it the orange skill? I'm not sure. We'll double check. You hadn't seen before this, right? I saw it on the second. I saw it on the first or second wave. It's a combat start ability, just like it is in Ruina. You can't skip it. Ouch. Yeah, they do it in the first wave. They did it in the first wave. I'm pretty sure. Because we killed them and they came back after we killed them.
완성되었나?
I'm pretty sure they did. I just didn't read the buff. Reading's hard, you know. Ah, this is gonna hurt. She's gonna get staggered. That was staggered because she took enough bleed from uncounterable. Bit unfortunate. Evade, nice. Go kill another one. You could just win right this if you have a good team. Yeah. If we check, yeah, here. This is the fourth skill. They had this previously. 4 stacks when taking lethal damage, 80% chance to not take it. Heal 60. One of them healed 60 in the first wave for sure. Turbo effects don't activate under the following conditions: when the coin taken exceeds maximum health. So if you take from a single coin your full hit points, it'll kill you. Oh, when the unit has HP healing down. Oh, HP healing down disables it. Is there anyone with HP healing down that's easy to access? Reduced by 1 at turn end. Big numbers funny, Yearning Merkala. Yeah, that'd be fun. Actually, why am I not doing that? That shit's hilarious. We're at like 400 blood. Jeff Ryoshu. Yeah, there's someone who has it. You guys want to YOLO the Yearning Merkala? Ryoshu Cannibal has healing down. Ah, nice. I mean, hey, if it works, it works. I believe there are 3 more. No, it's 6 out of 12. Unless there's more waves, we Gucci. Unless there's 3 more waves, we good. Let's go. Oh, we're neutral. Fluid sac. Oh, 3 more sources of healing down. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm impressed you knew the exact number of sources of healing down, but I feel like that's a I read the Wikipedia article response. I like Magic Bullet, but it's gonna drain my sanity.
좀 찍었네.
What does wave end deck turns win? It's a win condition. We move to the second phase without killing everyone. So this is a fixed time battle, but if you kill everyone, it goes to the next phase. It is both a survival battle and a kill battle. We did that on the first wave. We timed out the wave. I couldn't kill them fast enough. So presumably the bonus quest for this will be to like complete it in X turns, so you can finish it without having done all the waves. Without having timed it all the ways.
탈출 개체가 점령되었습니다. 이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Exactly. Yeah, kill everyone who survive.
완성되었나?
Oh, that's a bit of a waste.
여행은
Glad we didn't Magic Bullet this. Yearning Merkala actually staggered like half of them. We probably could have Yearning Merkala earlier if I knew it was going to stagger most of them immediately. Survived. We ran it. We had attacks left. We actually cleared them all. Was that the last of them? Current time is 04:24 hours, about 10 minutes until the night in the back streets ends, but we can relax now given that we survived the third wave. Buildings are no longer shifting, stability has been restored. We did it, executive manager. Bloody hell, finally! The sinners all collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. There was a Kazan here, though it's gone now. Despite the fact we haven't moved at all from our initial positions, there isn't even a trace of it having been here. We realized we'd been relocated on top of a roof as though we'd all just awakened from the dream of sleeping in a building that never existed. That was one hell of a battle, man. I thought I was done for. This is killing me. I don't know if we could have survived if that hair-obsessed loon wasn't here to draw some of them away. I guess we've got something to thank him for. That's all they've got in a head-on battle. Art thou acquainted with these foes, young Ryoshu? Of course I've heard of them. The scent of blood was faint, but it cannot be, no. It would be best not to linger over long on this thought. Why not? Dig deeper. Letting ephemeral inspiration slip through your fingers is the death of creativity. I said I won't linger on it. Don't rush me. Whatever. Uninspiring. Guys, now's not the time to bicker. Ryoshu and Don Quixote's words were indeed unnerving, but we'd have plenty of time to discuss that once we returned to the bus. If we can return in one piece. Yeehwa. I'll be frank, that was impressive. I thought for sure you'd have been long swept away by now. Wait, why would you not drop that pun? You're like... Yeehwa. Must have been waiting somewhere nearby to watch us die, because it didn't take long for him to reappear before us. Perhaps they'd agreed on a new deal while we were fending off the waves of sweepers. The Mao branch and Zilu were both approaching us in an intimidating gait that contrasted with their earlier passivity. Ah, damn it. The executive manager, we've had too many high-risk, high-fatigue battles in succession. I hate to offer such disloyal advice, but it may be wise to avoid battle at all costs. Don't seem like an option to me. I look around. Most of the sinners were either dead, trampled and chopped to small, unrecognizable pieces. I didn't lose a single person! They're barely holding on, at best. I can bring them back, I always do, but they've completely surrounded us. I don't know if I can bring them back in time to protect me. They might just cut the sinners down as soon as they get back up. Well, this was well within my predictions. I can simply finish off anyone that hasn't been swept away. Now, the stage is set for my ascension. For the next 10 minutes, no sweepers, let alone anyone's coming here. You know why? Because who in their right mind would leave their homes when the night in the back streets is still ongoing? And it looks like even that annoying idiot from the middle's been taken care of too, somehow. Wait, how much of this was your plan? How much, you asked? The whole thing, of course. All the way back to that construction site that blocked your path. The one who deceived the unscrupulous fool of your company? Me. The one who put the pitiful Qingtao, who doesn't even have a family name with you? Me. The one who contracted the Triax office to challenge you to a duel? Me. And guess who it was that relayed your real-time location to all kinds of forces in the district? Yes, me. And this trashy lodging without a residential permit? All devised by none other than yours truly, using Q-Corp's technology. I see. That's so good. It was so good, wasn't it? What a perfect strategy. What do you think? Aren't I great? Aren't I so utterly clever? This is exactly why I deserve to be the next family higher-up. A folly to speak those words. An unfamiliar voice echoed from the dark. There was neither animosity nor hospitality, only utter serenity and nothing else. The speaker approached us, walking under the narrow ray of moonlight that shone between the shifted buildings. This would be the next brother, who also looks suspiciously like Honglu. In his hand was a decapitated head illuminated by the pale light. Blood dribbles from the severed neck, and wide-open eyes remain frozen in its final moments, filled with utter terror. Rip Qingtao. He walks towards us in step with drip of the blood. Jia Shichun. Can't be. Jia Q? I knew Yihua was working for someone. It was him. Why do you have Qingtao's head? I brought back the wayward pest to his master, that it may be once again leashed. There is a serpent, my lord. Ah, leave it. We needn't shoo it away. Oh, you were loaned the Heisho packs. You may simply get in their way, no more. I see. There was a sudden change of heart once you held the leash in your hands. To return to the Shi family's side would be to your benefit? No, you know everything all along? What? I must ask. Is everything to you? Your vision's too limited for my lord's wisdom to comprehend. Why is he hot though? It's crazy. Wait, Qingtao or this guy? Or the grizzled guy? The wise fail to peer through the narrow-sighted eyes of the fool. What? By everything you refer to how you feigned abandonment from the Shi family to secure my lord's trust. Indeed, it could be said we do know everything. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. I'll share with you my most guarded secrets. The Shi family, right, the 10 blades east, the Shi Yihua could speak no more. For a serpentine blade struck from the umbra and separated his head from his torso with ease. Serpentine Blade. Are these guys with Purple Death Ray? Here we go. Rupture will have Tremor treatment. Serpentine Blade is the Purple Tears ability. Ah, little Yihua. Have I not warned you time and again to guard your tongue against the creeping desperation? This guy, Jiaqiu? Or Jiaqiu? Why he had the Fair enough, fair enough. I believe we've gathered the intelligence we hope to collect, my lord. You needn't pursue the serpent, Zulu. His voice boomed as he commanded those who appeared to be his officers. The tall, built man took a ponderous step from the shadows and stood before us. With an enigmatic expression, he wordlessly looked at Yihua's decapitated head, now lying on the ground, then at us. It was as though he was gazing upon the clouds or blades of grass. I shall take them with me. He picked up Yihua's decapitated head before gesturing at his officer with a nod. Ah, here it is, my lord. Wrap their heads with stasis wraps, and decomposition won't set in anytime soon. With those bandages, he begins to wrap them up in a practiced motion. He does not pay us any heed, as though we weren't even worth the attention. Return to me once you are finished here. Yes, my lord. Hold on, you can't just show up out of nowhere. He did not reply, his eyes gazing, yet reflecting nothingness but hollow emptiness. And just as he had emerged from the darkness, he vanished into the shadows, carrying 2 decapitated heads. Got you. Spicy boy. Well, R.I.P. in peace. That guy, Yihua's gone. Don Quixote did a bit of damage. Surprised Ishmael was doing so poorly, but I think Ishmael also spent like 2 turns being staggered. Then again, Faust was also staggered, but also has cleave. Yeah, Kurokumo, Ishmael, probably not the strongest choice there. Might have been better to run, yeah, I think it would have been better to run Fire Captain. Assuming the level's not high enough. I wonder why the city doesn't have any cowboys. Closest thing we have are the mariachi. What do you mean we don't have cowboys? We simply haven't seen the cowboys yet. Please. So I got Ish got cooked. Yeah, that too. But Otis was doing fine. That said, like... Oh, I should have checked Otis's. Otis's numbers were fine. Otis also has built-in cleave. Another reason why Otis was doing fine, right? Otis has built-in cleave. Otis has lifesteal, so he doesn't get stunned as much. I think the issue was, like, it wasn't a great match for Ishmael. So if you have to redo that fight, which we don't because there's no bonus objective, I would say, yeah. Make a new dress. Oh, that thing? On hit, deal more damage for every 10 blood fees consumed by self. Yeah, that helps too. And I'll make you a new dress has cleave. It gets gains attack weight at +10. At 10 plus, it gets +1. And yeah. Oh, it actually doesn't necessarily cleave, does it? It only hits 1 person. It just says +1 at +10 plus. It doesn't say get 2. It also says consume 15 for every attack weight gain. Like you could gain more. Pharaoh King Heath or Baroni. The fatal to blunt causes him to just melt. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Even with dodging the stagger, he just melts too fast. Bummer. Alliance. Things weren't looking any better. I could instinctively tell they were different from anyone or anything we'd faced in Hong Yuan so far. We just fought this lady. I don't suppose our lord left them alive only for us to slay them. Perhaps it would be apt I introduce myself, as it is common courtesy to do so. Ah, take care, my dude. See you around. Call me Zigong. I'm but a humble servant to my lord, Master Chu's teachings. My lord, Master Chu, somehow is reminded of the discussion Qingtao refused to finish. For when the far one comes betwixt the burnt doors, shall a star fall astray. As for the song, it's a song that's become rather popular in the backstreets in recent months. More appropriate setting. Name's Dante, I'm their manager. I decided to speak up, struggling through the pressure. I instinctively knew we had to find out as much as I could about the man from earlier. They introduced themselves as Manager Dante. I see your candidness is appreciated. Lilu, withdraw them out. It seems we need not contend with them at the moment. Very well. Seems they had the very same thought about us. Now, is that sufficient proof of our intent to engage in a brief discourse? To discuss the matters with you, to mark a courtly ending to this encounter shall be of benefit to us for the prospects of our future. Ask away, as they say. Oh. That's when Shichun stepped forward after having retreated from the domineering presence. So that's what those suspicious songs I heard in the backstreets were about. It's about you guys, wasn't it? Are the lyrics true? Ah, so that's what you wish to know. Shichun of the Jia family, it said you possess innate talent in rhetoric, yet walk a path beclouded by concern and anxiety. Really, your insignificance precludes your part in greatness? Wei, don't speak for me. I would have been the first to say anything if I thought she was wrong. Yes, my lady. Jihua, you're the one who sent him after us, right? Yeah, not exact. He was an agent of the Shi family, sent to spy on my lord's doings. We bestowed upon him control of a Heisho pack, for we found his conduct shallow and saw a means of learning more of the Shi family's machinations. Yet it seems once granted power, he mistook himself for a man with the wherewithal to represent the Shi family. So you used him, as he sought to use us? Though he was quite shallow in his strategy compared to our own? So what now? I don't think you're looking to kill us, right? No, nothing. Do whatever it is you had sought to accomplish here. You're letting two of your master's rivals go, just like that? What a strange thing to say. Look around as I might, I fail to see any rivals here. Then? Why did you order Yihua to attack us? You said it yourself, we're not even your rivals. Manager inquires why you commanded Yihua to carry out his assault against Limbus Company. They fear, yet they seek to gain understanding through that fear. Yet they remain wanting in a certain perspicacity. My lord has always said if one learns not from a plight, then no discourse with them shall bear fruit. Instead of giving me a straight answer, Zigong left me only with a puzzling comment before she brushed past us. I've given you courtesy enough. It's a good time for us to depart. Now, do stay nicely within your borders, as you have remained here thus far. I would greatly despise an odd splash of ink marring the great painting. And with that, Zigong walks into the shadows cast beneath the forest of buildings. Lilu and the countless Heisho that surrounded us also disappeared with them. I looked around in time to see Otis collapse while the rest of the sinners lay dead or barely clinging to life. And there was Jia Shichun, who'd collapsed to the floor as well, and Wei, who was tending to her wounds. And me, who somehow survived through all that without getting decapitated. Well, and that night put us through multiple brushes with death. It finally came to an end. Day breaks. Yeah, and that's pretty much everything that happened. Oh, that big brother Chiu. See, well. Once day broke, we decided to take a quick walk outside to recover a little from the exhaustion of the night. It was also to decide our course of action from here on. We also had to decide if we wanted to travel with Shichun, with whom we shared our destination. Though, did you forget how to make a concerned face or something? How are you maintaining that irritating poker face through this whole conversation? Oh, of course not. Classic Jia family secrecy, huh? Always hiding something? And I bet you are too. You better spit it out now. I don't have time to casually stroll about with my to-be enemy. Shichun, as I always said, the seat of the family hierarchy is of no... Fine, even if you're lying, I do know you haven't prepared anything for your assignment anyway. Changing the subject, Jia Shichun, who was chatting with Honglu, methodically slowed down enough to walk right next to me as though she were executing the steps of a plan. You lead my brother's faction, don't you? about what I wanted to talk to you about earlier. I guess I do for now. Earlier, yes, our conversation back at the Kazan. Brother, translation, please. Of course, Dante is questionably our manager. Right, let me make a proposal then. Become my faction for the duration of the family hierarchy evaluations. Help me out. What? Can we do that? Can we do that? Why not? You guys managed to stall even the sweepers? That means you command a formidable force. Besides, you're headed to the family mansion anyway, aren't you? You just don't know what to do once you get there. And as for competition, well, my brother doesn't care about the whole thing anyway. Why not join me? Help me become family hierarch. I'm not like our other older siblings. I always pay my debts, whether that's for a favor or a grudge. If you can't trust me, I'm happy to make a written... Can we do that, Faust? Faust deems Jia Shichun's plan, her explanation of it, at least rather flawless. Having such an ally at the apex of a wing would be a great boon to Limbus Company as well. I suppose so. I don't see any reason to refuse her offer. Honglu, who's been listening in our conversation, boiled the discussion down to a clearer explanation and related it to Jia Shichun. Perfect. Well, it said the formation of such alliances should come with a grand banquet to mark the occasion and cement the upcoming coalition. Banquet's on me. Once we get closer to the central zone, let's find a nice Kazan to discuss our future ventures together. You're Dante, right? Let's make this thing work. What? I was still bewildered by the turn of events, but Jia Shichun reached out for a handshake with such earnestness I found myself almost drawn to shake her hand in return. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we've made ourselves an ally that wasn't specifically selected by the company. Well, if that's the case, I hope we at least have an ally that doesn't meet a terrible end following the banquet. We had no dungeon so far. I'm suspicious of this. I feel like we're running into a dungeon, but it's like the plot's wrapping up. So it might be just like a random dungeon they throw at us, same as a random distortion dungeon or something that they throw at us, like they did for the previous part. We walked out of the Kazan to find the Mephistopheles waiting for us in the middle of the road. Oh man. He didn't say it aloud, right? He just thought it to himself. Oh. I never thought about it, but now it's just standing like this in the middle of the street. It really stands out, doesn't it? Is this your usual ride? Oh, glad to see you're all safe. Sound and Pilot walked out from inside the bus. So did you guys take care of the business? I have some more pressing things to talk about. Listen, well, do you have any idea how much trouble your subordinate's little connection? Yes, Miss Faust already gave me a report. Pilot? Yes, ma'am. By the way, he's awkwardly stepping around. He probably got a hell of a talking to from Sao. Real mighty sorry about that, y'all. I've only ever been part of eradication missions, never in this espionage business, so... Pilot, what did I say about mixing excuses into an apology? Forget what I said. Real mighty sorry, for real. This Qingtao guy approached me and sweet-talked me into going along with that plan of his. I got too cocky, assumed I knew better than my seniors. I'm sorry too, I forgot that he's a new guy in the business. Of course he'll be prone to making mistakes. Looks like we'll both be writing letters to explain our failure together, huh? Both getting disciplined for this. The disciplinary action is unlikely to be of any significance. LCB team came out unscathed, all things considered. However, it's likely they may have to work for half a year without pay. Oof. I consider it a win if all we're getting is docked pay. Next time, I promise. Next time, I'm going to do a real good at this job. I'm going to become someone who can actually provide good assistance to y'all. Of course, Pilot, you really should. In fact, you'll have no choice but to become a contributing member of the team when I'm done with you. Let's get it. Let's really get to it, huh? No one's dying or getting fired under my watch. As long as I'm their manager, I'll make sure of that. Yeah. Alright, forgot to tell you, Sod. It's real important business stuff. Going forward, we're gonna... Oh yeah, I was gonna bring it up sooner or later. So we got orders from the LCA. She reduced a small device from her pockets. Began reading from it. Upon arrival at Central Zone of H-Corp, LCB will participate in the family hierarchy evaluation with a candidate. Oh, we're going to. Anyway, now this bus team faction is going to be like... The LCB will present the following Sinner as their chosen candidate. Sinner 6 Honglu. What? What? You can't do that. What the hell? All of you. I'm going to make you throw up everything you just say, you assholes! Jinxed it. No dungeon? No dungeon? Man, I feel like I really screwed up by doing the first fight without... I feel like I really screwed up by doing the first fight without any support, because now I'm just shy of enough. I'm 26 shy. Oh, just shy of enough to get the SSR. That's unfortunate. And the worst part is the farming node. Oh, that's a long farming node. Yeah, that's a long farming node. Damn. Like, you can farm the mirror dungeon. Yeah, that's probably where we're going. Longer farming session. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna wrap up the stream shortly. But we're almost there. If you run a bonus character for every single map, I think you'll get the 1,000. At least you can get achievements. Exactly! It's not the end of the world. We'll get the free 0. Probably level her up for the next run. I think she's Rupture. I don't have a team for that, but it'll be interesting. And that was 752, right? Nocturnal Sweeping. All in all, I think the story itself was pretty entertaining. Ricardo Redux was a bit irritating. I'm kind of surprised they brought that fight back specifically, but comes the breaks, I guess. The rest of it was pretty cool. I really liked the battlefield they did at the end with all the sweepers. That was really cool. Like, that was a really cool fight. It didn't look the best because the foreground guys were kind of like super low res, but the vibe was great. And he might come back. Yeah, he's not dead again. So he might come back. We'll probably have to fight him a third time. This time, his whole health bar. That was a pretty good chapter. The story didn't feel wasteful. It was entertaining. Gameplay was mostly there. It's only like one fight I wasn't really a big fan of, but that's because I didn't like the first Rickard fight in the first place. So seeing it again was not exciting me, but oh well. The rest was good. Like that last fight, that was dope.